Chapter 123. Before the exam, Hongwu was the absolute king of Xiansong University's elite class, and Zhang Honglai had always been suppressed by him. After the exam, Hongwu relied on his strong performance to obtain a good ranking, and Yuan Longji personally gave the order to transfer Hongwu to the elite class. Hongwu's achievements were finally recognized by the Hong family, which was also one of the four great families. In these 3 months, Hongwu obtained more cultivation resources than he obtained in the previous 20 years. The Hong family's Gui Yuan Hall allowed Hongwu to use it freely. In these 3 months, Hongwu's cultivation and strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of Qi refining stage 11. If not for the fact that he wanted to strengthen his foundation, Hongwu could have already entered the Qi gathering realm. Not only Hongwu, but many geniuses were not in a hurry to break through the Qi refining stage and enter the Qi gathering realm. The deeper and more luxuriant one's spiritual roots were, the higher the possibility of entering the foundation establishment stage. If one only wanted to break through, it would be very difficult in the future. Therefore, almost all the geniuses were not in a hurry to break through to the Qi gathering realm. However, although Hongwu's strength was strong, his luck in the semifinals was terrible, and his first opponent was Ao Kachuan. Hongwu also knew this, but he directly admitted defeat. It was not that he was afraid, and it was not that he did not have confidence. It was just that in the semifinals, there was no need to use real swords and spears. Hongwu was the same as Yi Fiyue, admitting defeat in his first match, and after winning all 4 matches, he was unable to enter the top 10. In the semifinals, Hongwu also met a strange opponent, and although he won because he spent a lot of time, he was not able to enter the top 20. In the end, Hongwu was only able to enter the finals in the 27th place. With this ranking, Hongwu clearly did not have much choice. When it was his turn to choose, the remaining 4 were Orson, Ao Kachuan, Gu Chao, and Duan Yao. Gu Chao and Ao Kachuan were out of the question. As for Orson and Duan Yao, they were also tough. Compared to the 2 perverts, they were only slightly better. In the end, Hongwu had no choice but to choose Orson. In fact, Duan Yao might be a more suitable opponent. However, they were all from the same school, and it would be inappropriate for them to kill each other in the first match. If Hongwu really chose Duan Yao, it could only mean that he was scared. As a combat practitioner, Hongwu couldn't admit defeat no matter what. After weighing the pros and cons, Orson was obviously his only choice. In the arena, Hongwu was fully focused. Air swirled around his body, forming a weak Gang Qi. This was the result of releasing the Gang Qi from the body of a combat cultivator. Orson was munching on an apple in his hand. He hadn't stopped eating since the start of the finals. It was as if he would feel terrible if he didn't eat. Facing Hongwu, Orson appeared to be somewhat indifferent. This opponent in front of him really couldn't arouse his interest. Orson swallowed half of the apple. He didn't even look at Hongwu. Instead, he stared at Li Daochong, who was chatting with a beauty under a tree far away from the arena. Hongwu was annoyed at Orson's action of ignoring him, but he couldn't flare up. Begin. The referee gave the order. Hongwu's foot suddenly exploded, shooting out with a bang. The small pit where he was originally standing was like an explosion. The power of this step was extremely shocking. Hongwu and Orson were both close combat practitioners. They focused on body refinement and Qi refinement as support. The stronger the body, the stronger the Qi. They were the model of using martial arts to enter the Tao. If they were to join the army in the future, they would become the spearhead of the army, specializing in dealing with powerful ghost beasts. Hongwu punched out, aiming directly at Orson's face. Pa! Orson didn't move from his original position. He only raised his hand and easily received Hongwu's swift and violent punch. Orson grinned, soft and powerless. Boring. Hongwu also smiled. Is that so? Orson suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a strange energy lingering on the palm of his hand that caught Hongwu's fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Orson hurriedly retreated 3 steps. Hongwu's punch looked ordinary at the beginning, but it was actually filled with killing intent. It was the Hong family's unique skill, Mountain Flood Fist. Orson was slightly surprised and smiled. Interesting. You can let me deal with you a little more seriously. Before his voice died away, Orson had already disappeared. Hong Wu's eyes widened, but he still couldn't see Orson's movements clearly. He could only vaguely see a shadow. When Orson reappeared, he appeared on the right side of Hongwu. Insignificant skill. Hongwu coldly snorted and instantly punched to the right. Is that so? Orson's voice sounded in Hongwu's left ear. Hongwu was shocked, but he couldn't withdraw his right fist as Orson's shadow had already disappeared. Orson appeared on the left side of Hongwu and punched out. Bang! Hongwu reacted in an extremely short time and raised his arm to block. Orson's punch landed solidly on Hongwu's sidearm. Although it didn't hit a vital point, this punch was powerful and heavy. Hongwu slid more than 10 meters away from the stage, as if he was skating. Thud! Hongwu stamped his foot on the stage to stop himself. Otherwise, he would have slid out of the stage. Being knocked out of the stage was also considered a loss. The fight in the first stage was in full swing, and the other two stages were also having fierce fights. Regardless of their strength, the tens of thousands of spectators were watching with great interest. This year's Blue Bay Stars New Generation had a lot of experts. Compared to the previous years, both the quantity and quality were much higher. This was another grand occasion after Battle Sword Augustine's generation. In the stands, the head of the Department of Education, Yu Boming, couldn't help but look delighted. The Blue Bay Star could finally make a name for itself in next year's 100 schools joint examination. First there was Zhao Wujin, then there was Gu Chao and Ao Kichuan. Orson, Duan Yao, and Yi Fei Yue were also very good. That kid Li Daochong, whom he hadn't heard of before, seemed to have a lot of trump cards. He had a personality and could be considered a talent. Han Wu, Zhan Honglai, Luo Dahai, and we were also very strong. With so many promising talents to choose from, Yu Boming was overjoyed. The Shenghua Federation was currently lacking in talent. The cultivation army on the front line was being depleted much faster than expected. If they couldn't be replenished in time, once Dark Ghost broke through a gap, the rear would be finished. On the surface, the cultivation army seemed to be the most important thing in the Federation, but in reality, the Department of Education was much more important. Without the Department of Education, there would be no cultivation army. Education was the foundation of a nation. Only by constantly training a large number of cultivators could a cultivation army exist. Otherwise, there would be nothing to talk about. This was also why half of the members of the Federation's parliament were from the education system. Yu Boming's goal was to first become an official in the Department of Education, and then find a way to enter the parliament and become a member. If he wanted to be promoted, he had to have achievements. If he wanted to have achievements, he had to have good seedlings under his command. Only with good seedlings could it be possible to train powerful cultivators. If he could make military contributions in the future, Yu Boming, as the head of the local Department of Education, would naturally make contributions. Meritorious service was the biggest capital for promotion. Seeing so many good seedlings, how could Yu Boming not be happy? The three stages were in full swing, and cries of surprise rang out from the audience. Chapter 124. In Li Daochong's eyes, Yi Fei Yue was a money-printing machine that he could take as much as he wanted. Every time he traded with her, Li Daochong would make a fortune. This girl didn't care about money at all. Of course, Li Daochong could tell that Yi Fei Yue was purposely giving him more money, so he would naturally remember this favor. In Yi Fei Yue's eyes, Li Daochong was a mysterious spirit sequencer. The spirit talisman Li Daochong used against Zhao Tansheng just now was many times more powerful than the Golden Bell spirit talisman from before. Yi Fei Yue estimated that it was at least a Class 5 spirit talisman. Li Daochong's instant defeat of Zhao Tansheng made Yi Fei Yue recall how she had chosen to admit defeat against Li Daochong in the semifinals. Not to mention Li Daochong's strength, Yi Fei Yue knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few of his spirit talismans. Mr. Li, I want to buy some spirit talismans from you. Do you have any extra on you? Yi Fei Yue returned to the main topic after greeting him. She directly addressed Li Daocheng as Mr. Li and looked at Li Daocheng with admiration and admiration. Li Daocheng was only 19 years old. He was tall and thin with a clean face. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a special spirit sequencer. No matter how one looked at it, he was the definition of tall, rich, and handsome in this world. Of course, only Yi Feiyue knew this. She was sure that no one else knew that Li Daocheng was also a spirit sequencer except for her. Li Daocheng's master was even more incredible. In Yi Feiyue's eyes, the Li family was not even worth mentioning when compared to Li Daocheng's master. The Li family would definitely regret their actions towards Li Daocheng one day. I still have some left. Li Daocheng had made a total of 8 Class 4 spirit talismans. He originally wanted to sell a few to recoup his costs. It was too extravagant for him to use them alone, so he told Yi Feiyue the truth. What level is this talisman? What types are there? Can you sell me some? Yi Feiyue asked cautiously, her eyes filled with eagerness and longing. She had personally experienced the might of Li Daocheng's talisman and knew how powerful it was. Level 4, Golden Bell Talisman and Ice Talisman. 2 in total, Li Daocheng replied after thinking for a while. He had a total of 8 talismans on him. When dealing with Zhao Tansheng, he had used a Thunder Talisman, so naturally, Li Daocheng wanted to keep the remaining one. The Fire Talisman was relatively more powerful, so Li Daocheng also wanted to keep it. Thus, he only had the Golden Bell Talisman and the Ice Talisman left for Yi Feiyue to choose from. When Yi Feiyue heard about the Golden Bell Talisman, her eyes lit up. She just happened to need one and could use it to deal with Duan Yao. Now that Duan Yao's strength and cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, Yi Feiyue had been looking for Li Daocheng to buy some talismans after defeating Duan Yao. However, Yi Feiyue couldn't find any trace of Li Daocheng until she arrived at the ghost hunting star. Later, Yi Feiyue bought the Golden Bell Talisman elsewhere, but its defensive power was far inferior to Li Daocheng's. The level 4 talisman was only slightly stronger. Now, if she wanted to defend against Duan Yao's all-out attack, it would be impossible without a level 5 talisman. Of course, she could also use the level 4 talisman made by Li Daocheng. On the market, a level 5 talisman was worth at least 1 million, and its power wasn't that great. If it was made by a master, it would cost at least 2 million. Even if the Yi family was rich and overbearing, and Yi Feiyue had ample resources every month, 2 million was still a huge sum for her. However, for the sake of the hegemony tournament, Yi Feiyue could afford to spend a few million. It was just that she had to use the money. If the talisman she bought wasn't good enough, then the money would be wasted. She might as well not buy it. However, Li Daocheng's talisman was different. Yi Feiyue trusted it. Mr. Li, sell me both talismans. Name a price. Yi Feiyue said straightforwardly. 1,200,000 each. 2 talismans for a total of 2,400,000. Li Daocheng directly named a price. Yi Feiyue thought that Li Daocheng would ask for an exorbitant price. After hearing the price, she was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard. According to Yi Feiyue's previous experience of using the Golden Bell Talisman, the level 4 talisman Li Daocheng spoke of should be comparable to a level 5 talisman. Even the trashiest level 5 talisman on the market wouldn't sell for less than 1,300,000. Li Daocheng only asked for 1,200,000? So cheap? Yi Feiyue wondered if she was hearing things. Or could it be that Li Daocheng is giving me a price based on the fact that we are classmates? The cost of creating a high-level talisman was extremely high, and it also required a lot of time and effort. Coding an exquisite talisman required skill, and skill also required money. Seeing Yi Feiyue in a daze, Li Daocheng thought that he had asked for too high a price. She couldn't accept it and felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have asked for 1 million. Just as Li Daocheng was wondering if he should add that he would give her a 20% discount since they were classmates, Yi Feiyue straightforwardly said, "Okay, deal. Rich woman." Li Daocheng praised in his heart. He immediately raised his wristwatch. Yi Feiyue didn't even look at the talismans before paying. After Li Daocheng confirmed it, He immediately took out 2 level 4 enhanced spirit talismans and handed them to Yi Feiyue. They were the same as the level 3 golden bell spirit talisman from before. Their quality was extremely poor. They were wrinkled yellow and half the size of a palm. At first glance, they looked like leftover toilet paper. However, when Yi Feiyue received these 2 talismans that looked like toilet paper, she was overjoyed as if she had received a treasure. "Mr. Li, remember to inform me if you have any goods in the future," Yi Feiyue said as she put the 2 talismans into her storage ring. "Okay," Li Daochong replied. A light filled with the stench of money flashed through his pitch-black eyes. This money was really easy to earn. Li Daochong could ignore the cost of producing 8 talismans. He had spent 200,000 per talisman, so the total cost was 1,600,000. Selling 2 talismans would earn him back all the money, and he would still have an extra 800,000. Li Daochong finally understood why spirit sequencers were so rich. Even low-level spirit sequencers were very rich. It was a profiteering industry. This kind of profession was similar to that of a programmer on Earth. It was even more profitable than drug trafficking. Li Daochong had been focusing on cultivation recently. Because he had enough resources, he didn't need to make money urgently. Many students saw Yi Feiyue take the initiative to approach Li Daochong and have an intimate conversation with him. The shock in their eyes was even greater than when Li Daochong sent Zhao Tanxing flying with a punch. In the eyes of profound Firmament University students, Yi Feiyue was a goddess floating in the clouds, unattainable. Whether it was her family background, appearance, or personal strength, she was the #1 girl in profound Firmament University. Xiao Shima only had looks, while Yi Feiyue had everything. Of course, the former was easier to get, while the latter was not something an ordinary person could touch. Even the 4 great clans might not be able to reach her. This was because only powerful male cultivators were worthy of powerful female cultivators. If a female cultivator was in the chi condensation realm, she would definitely have to marry a male cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm. At the very least, a female cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm would have to become the dual cultivation partner of a Jindan cultivator. Female cultivators were more flexible than male cultivators in this aspect. If a male cultivator didn't have absolute strength, it was impossible for him to marry a female cultivator. No matter how rich he was, it was useless. This was because the number of female cultivators was much less than that of male cultivators. Things were precious when they were rare. For a woman like Yi Feiyue, who had such strength in the early stages of awakening her spirit vein, her status was much more honorable than that of a man. In the future, she was destined to become the partner of a powerful cultivator. "Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Yi Feiyue actually smiled. A student cried out in surprise. Why is Yi Feiyue being so intimate with Li Daochong? Even if Li Daochong is different from the past, isn't he still too far from matching Yi Feiyue? Yi Feiyue couldn't have been drugged by Li Daochong's bewitching drug, right? This is the first time I've seen her smile. Many students surrounding the ring were dumbstruck as they looked at Li Daochong and Yi Feiyue chatting under the tree. What did Li Daochong give Yi Feiyue just now? If I'm not mistaken, it should be 2 pieces of straw paper. Chapter 125. After purchasing Li Daochong's spirit talisman, Yi Feiyue's confidence immediately changed. After the first match on the 3 stages ended, the next match would immediately begin. On the first stage, although Hongwu was brave and fearless and used all of his trump cards, when faced with Orson's wild beast-like body and terrifying strength, he was still no match for Orson. In the end, Hongwu wasn't his opponent and was defeated after a few dozen moves. Orson didn't even pant and his heart didn't beat fast. He simply didn't use any strength. Otherwise, Hongwu might not have been able to withstand even one move. On the third stage, the 2 students fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes before the outcome was finally decided. However, both of them were seriously injured and wouldn't be able to continue fighting for a while. Several pharmacists simultaneously went up to help the two students off the stage and entered a medical shuttle to treat them. They soaked them in the best spirit recovery liquid and fed them the best spirit recovery liquid. In a battle between chi condensation cultivators, no matter how serious their injuries were, as long as they were treated by a high-level pharmacist and coupled with the best spirit liquids and spirit medicines, as long as they didn't die and didn't suffer from any internal injuries, no matter how serious their injuries were, they would be able to recover in a very short time. The medical team invited for the hegemony tournament was the best in Blue Bay Star. Even the Purple Firmament People's Hospital's president, Wang Qinggu, personally came to support the hegemony tournament. After the two students were carried off the third stage, Yi Feiyue and a thin male student from Cloud Mist University walked onto the stage. Yi Feiyue looked at her opponent's appearance and slightly wrinkled her elegant eyebrows. This guy's glabella was dark. At a glance, she could tell that he was either an overindulgent or a drug addict. How did he enter the finals? Below the stage, Helian Xiaoyi's small mouth slightly opened as she said in surprise, "Oh, Yihue, when did he come to Blue Bay Star?" Standing to the side, Ao Kachuan turned his head and gave Helian Xiaoyi a strange look. "Oh, Yihue, isn't his surname Wanyan? The name on the list is Wanyan Yihue." Helian Xiaoyi frowned and said, "His surname is O, and he's the strongest expert in the Scarlet Sun planet's O clan generation. His cultivation technique is extremely sinister, and his nature is cruel. He offended a certain senior expert on the Scarlet Sun planet, and the O clan did their best to protect him. They had a falling out with that expert, and I heard that the brat's arms were broken before he gave up. This was something that happened 2 years ago, and after that, there was no more news of him." Okikin had a faint smile on his face. He felt a warm current surging in his blood, gradually growing stronger and stronger with the constant emergence of powerful fellows in this competition. "Interesting, very interesting. Haha." Orson, who had just stepped down from the stage, laughed. However, his gaze never left Li Daochong. At this moment, less than 10 meters away from Oak Kun's group of 3, Li Daochong was standing alone in the crowd, looking at Yi Feiyue on stage number 3. Li Daochong didn't have much interest in any of the matches. Originally, he wouldn't be watching, but just a moment ago, he sensed an extremely weak trace of death aura. At first, Li Daochong thought that it was his misconception, or perhaps it was an animal's corpse that emitted it. After scanning with his telekinesis, Li Daochong finally locked onto the thin male student that walked up the stage with Yi Feiyue. "There's death aura in this person's body?" Li Daochong faintly frowned. His perception towards death aura could be said to be extremely sharp, and any kind of death aura wouldn't be able to escape his senses. As Li Daochong's cultivation increased, so did his telekinesis. He might not dare to say anything else, but in terms of sensing death aura, Li Daochong was definitely comparable to Jin Dan or even Yuanying. Yi Feiyue's opponent looked really strange, which made Li Daochong somewhat unable to understand. How could a living person have death aura on his body? Literally, after more than 10 matches, you didn't even bother to watch Gu Chao. How come you have the time to watch the match between Yi Feiyue and Wanyan Yihue? Li Daochong turned to look at Orson, who was nibbling on an apple and calling him Little Li. He faintly smiled and said, "I'm not interested in men, but beautiful women are another matter." "Haha, a kindred spirit. Tell me, who do you favor in this match?" Orson didn't care whether Li Daochong was speaking the truth or not, and asked with a laugh. "Yi Feiyue." Li Daochong said the name. If Yi Feiyue didn't purchase the 2 talismans from Li Daochong, then the winner of this match would most likely be Wanyan Yihue. However, with the 2 talismans, the winner would undoubtedly be Yi Feiyue, especially after Li Daochong sensed the death aura on Wanyan Yihue's body. Although he didn't know what was going on, Yi Feiyue's chances of winning had instead increased. This was because the talismans made by Li Daochong would be more powerful against the death aura. Talismans were made by spirit sequence masters using telekinesis and spirit energy. The path of the spirit sequence was the spirit pattern, which was carved onto the talisman paper to make talismans. Therefore, the talismans contain the creator's spirit energy and telekinesis. Li Daocheng's spirit energy and telekinesis were converted from the hot-blooded upgrade tool that could devour 10,000 ghosts. They were the natural nemesis of death aura. Regardless of the reason for the death aura on Wanyan Yihui's body, once Yi Feiyue used the talismans made by Li Daocheng, he would suffer double the damage. Oh, little Li, I didn't see that you really like beautiful women. I feel that the dead-faced Wanyan Yihue has a higher chance of winning. How about we make a bet? Orson said confidently. A bet. Li Daocheng turned to look at Orson. That's right. Let's bet on who will win this match. What do you want to bet? The loser will have to admit defeat in front of everyone when we fight, Orson said casually while eating an apple. Okay, but I want to add 1 million to the bet. Li Daocheng said with a faint smile. It's a deal. Let's clap hands as an oath. Orson raised his hand. Li Daocheng waved his hand and high-fived Orson. With a paw sound, the two of them smiled knowingly. At this moment, the referee of the third arena gave the command to start. Before the referee finished speaking, a dark green mist appeared around Wanyan Yihue. Yi Feiyue's beautiful eyes focused, and she was somewhat puzzled. What kind of technique was this? Wanyan Yihue's deathly pale face revealed a faint smile, and he quickly disappeared into the dark green mist. The mist shrouded the entire arena. Isn't this the low-grade, Earth-level technique, flower gazing in the fog from the third floor of Cloud Mist University's library? A student below the arena who knew about it said with a tone full of surprise. Huh? Didn't Wanyan Yihue use a black sword in the preliminaries and semifinals? I didn't see him use this technique. Nonsense. How could a contestant of his level take out his trump card in the preliminaries and semifinals? But Wanyan Yihue really hit it well. At this moment, Yi Feiyue was also shrouded in the mist and couldn't see more than 1 meter. Wanyan Yihue seemed to have disappeared. Yi Feiyue held the red lotus sword in her hand and was on guard. She concentrated her mind and spirit energy in her ears to listen for any sound in the mist. Bang! A sound echoed. Yi Feiyue's hair stood on end. She suddenly turned around and waved her sword. Wanyan Yihue was right behind her. Yi Feiyue's sword split Wanyan Yihue in half. Seeing this scene, Yi Feiyue let out a frightened cry. How could she have thought that a casual defense would split Wanyan Yihue in half? At the same time, Li Daocheng, who was standing outside the arena, had a strange expression on his face. Chapter 126. The dark green fog was very strange. Even with Li Daocheng's eyesight, he couldn't see through it. Perhaps even the Jin Dan cultivators wouldn't be able to see through this fog. It was very strange. Li Daocheng glanced at the higher-ups in the VIP stands, and each of them revealed a strange expression. Although Li Daocheng couldn't see inside, his telekinesis could sense everything that was happening in the fog. Just now, Li Daocheng had clearly sensed a ghostly aura. The hot-blooded upgrader in his body even let out a soft cry, as if urging Li Daocheng to kill the dark ghost he sensed. Wanyan Yihue's body was strange. Li Daocheng's eyes flashed, and he raised his telekinesis to the limit. Beep! Discovered painted ghost. The corner of Li Daocheng's eye twitched violently. The painted ghost was an extremely sinister type of dark ghost. It wasn't a high level, only at the great ghost level, but its concealment technique was exceptionally high. There were many types of dark ghosts, and they were divided into more than 10 levels according to their strength. However, almost every level had some sinister dark ghosts that were proficient in concealment techniques. The most famous of the dwarf ghosts was the Black Resentment Binding Spirit. Once it was parasitized, even Jin Dan cultivators wouldn't be able to see through it. The painted ghost was the Black Resentment Binding Spirit of the Great Ghost level, but it was much stronger. The painted ghost was formless, and it lived by eating people. However, it didn't eat their skin. After possessing a person, it would first eat their soul, and then gradually corrode their flesh and organs. In the end, only bones and skin were left. The painted ghost would turn into an illusory body and attach itself to the bones, becoming an exact copy of its original body. The painted ghost was the king of disguises among the dark ghosts. As long as it was given enough time, it could transform into any physical form. The painted ghost could even copy the aura, behavior, and consciousness of its target. This was its most powerful aspect. At the same time, without Yuan Ying's cultivation, it was almost impossible to see through the painted ghost's disguise. Li Daocheng also heard the conversation between Helian Xiaoyi and Ao Kechuan. This Wanyan Yihui wasn't someone from Blue Bay Star, but from Red Sun Star. Li Daocheng couldn't help but frown. He thought back to when the family had been parasitized by dozens of black resentment-binding spirits. This Yihui from Planet Crimson Sun had been devoured by the painted ghost. Just what had happened on Planet Crimson Sun. Li Daocheng was puzzled and curious about Planet Crimson Sunday. Could it be that there was a treasure on Planet Crimson Sun that attracted the nether ghosts? It was impossible for the Hades to gather all their forces to attack the Red Sun planet. There was nothing special about this rank 4 cultivation planet. It was only slightly stronger than the Blue Bay Star. It could be considered one of the more powerful rank 4 cultivation planets. If it developed well, Yuaning cultivators would appear and it would become a rank 3 cultivation planet. Could it be that a treasure important to Dark Ghost had appeared on Planet Crimson Sun? Just as Li Daocheng was thinking, a loud sound came from the fog in Arena 3. Soon after, everything returned to normal. Yi Feiyue was gasping for breath as she stood in the fog. She was no longer able to distinguish where she was. Even though she knew in her heart that she was standing in the third ring of Xiantsang University Square, the fog in front of her made her feel as if she was on another planet. Yi Feiyue thought she had accidentally killed Wanyan Yihui when she cut him in half. However, in the next second, a piece of dead wood fell to the ground. Wanyan Yihui actually knew Chimin Duanjia. Yi Feiyue was shocked and didn't dare to hold back. She faced the fog and sent out a red lotus. Fortunately, Yi Feiyue's reaction was fast. After a dozen or so strikes, the fog around her dispersed a bit. In an instant, she saw a foot appear from the dispersed fog. Yi Feiyue didn't hesitate and sent out a red lotus stab. The sword light was like a swan as it slashed towards the foot. Wanyan Yihui, who was hiding in the dark, didn't expect to be discovered. He let out a strange laugh and summoned the black sword in his hand. That's right, he summoned a flying sword. If people saw a chi condensation cultivator using a flying sword, they would definitely be shocked. Because only Foundation establishment cultivators could use a flying sword to attack. How could a chi condensation cultivator master a flying sword technique? Only Li Daocheng knew that Wanyan Yihui wasn't using spiritual energy or a flying sword technique. He was using Dark Ghost telekinesis technique. The red lotus stab and the flying sword collided, creating a loud sound. Yi Feiyue quickly retreated a dozen or so steps. Wanyan Yihui once again disappeared into the fog without a sound. The audience outside the fog had a puzzled expression. They didn't know what had happened inside the fog. Orson stood beside Li Daocheng and frowned. This Wanyan Yihui's aura is very strong. I feel that he has already reached the chi condensation realm. Li Daocheng didn't reply. His face revealed a trace of seriousness. He immediately sent out a telekinesis sound transmission. Yi Feiyue, don't waste any more time. Find an opportunity to use the talisman. He isn't someone you can deal with. Don't be reluctant. If you win this match, I'll give you one for free. Yi Feiyue felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't know what to do when Li Daocheng's voice entered her ears. Her delicate face revealed a trace of a smile. She originally didn't plan to use the talisman. After all, it cost 1,200,000 yuan. If she used it to deal with Wanyan Yihui, she wouldn't have any cards left to deal with Duan Yao. However, Li Daocheng promised to give her one, so it was a different story. Yi Feiyue suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. A wrinkled talisman appeared in her hand. It was the ice talisman. Wanyan Yihui was too strange. Yi Feiyue didn't want to fight for a long time. Even Li Daocheng said that this guy wasn't easy to deal with. Then, she had to end the battle quickly. At this moment, a brilliance flashed in the fog, and a black light shot towards Yi Feiyue. Yi Feiyue sucked in a breath of cold air. She felt as if the god of death had arrived. Without any hesitation, the ice talisman left her hand. In an instant, a gust of cold air instantly spread out. The ice talisman turned into an icicle and collided with the black light. The black light was annihilated. The surrounding fog condensed into frost and quickly disappeared. The third arena reappeared in front of everyone. On the arena, Yi Feiyue stood in the center with a shocked expression. Wanyan Yihue stood less than 3 meters away from her. He was frozen on the spot with a shocked expression on his face. In fact, the ice talisman didn't directly hit Wanyan Yihue. Yi Feiyue only used the talisman to block the black light. However, the aftermath of the ice talisman's cold air made Wanyan Yihue lose his ability to move. This cold air was mixed with an aura that made Wanyan Yihue feel fear. Yi Feiyue quickly reacted. She raised the red lotus sword in her hand and was about to attack. "I admit defeat," Wanyan Yihue blurted out. His face was filled with horror. He was afraid that Yi Feiyue would really attack him with her sword. At the periphery of the crowd, Orsen's indifferent face revealed a trace of surprise. Li Daocheng's dignified expression slightly relaxed. He was secretly relieved. He wasn't worried that Yi Feiyue would lose. Winning or losing wasn't important. Even if Yi Feiyue lost the battle and caused him to lose the bet with Orsen, Li Daocheng wouldn't think it was a big deal. He was willing to accept his loss. After the blood-boiling level-up device indicated that it had found the painted skin ghost, a line of small words appeared below. The painted skin ghost was in the splitting stage. To put it bluntly, it was the due date of a human. It could find a suitable host at any time and parasitize the host to give birth to another painted skin ghost. Yi Feiyue was clearly a good host. Chapter 127. Orsen looked like he was crying. Li Daocheng had a strange expression on his face, but this guy definitely couldn't be crying. Could it be that his stomach was hurting? At this moment, Orsen coincidentally raised his head. Li Daocheng was shocked. Orsen said with tears streaming down his face, "Little Li, I am very poor. 1 million is too much. Can it be less?" Li Daocheng's forehead was blank. This guy was actually crying, and the reason was that he couldn't bear to part with the money. As one of the 2 upstart stars of the House of Oku, he could casually use cultivation resources and had plenty of pocket money. Who would care about 1 million Federation coins? To ordinary people, this was indeed a huge sum of money, but to Orsen, it shouldn't be much. So sad. I have to give so much money. Whoa! Seeing that Li Daocheng didn't say anything, Orsen directly burst into tears, completely ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding students. Li Daocheng's hair stood on end. Seeing that Orsen was about to hug his thigh, he quickly jumped back and said, 500,000. Whoosh! Orsen instantly stood up, and his tears disappeared. He grinned and said, "Little Li, you are a good friend. Straightforward. Here is 500,000. Orsen's mood changed as fast as February. Li Daocheng was stunned as he saw this guy raise his wristwatch. Immediately, he raised his wristwatch as well. With a beep, 500,000 was in his account. Li Daocheng's account now had 9 million Federation coins. The feeling of having money was indeed pleasant. The first round of the hegemony tournament ended quickly. The top 10 didn't have a single loss, and the bottom 20 all had wins and losses. However, there were 4 students who were seriously injured. Originally, they should have waited for them to recover before fighting, but these 4 students were very self-aware and directly forfeited. They were very clear that even if they recovered and fought again, they would only be ravaged again. Rather than suffering, they might as well be straightforward and save themselves from another round of physical pain. Why bother? The remaining 26 people were going to draw lots. However, after drawing lots, another 6 people chose to withdraw from the tournament. There was no other reason other than the fact that the 6 students had drawn opponents that made them tremble in fear. They didn't even need to fight to know the results. Only they knew their own strengths and weaknesses. Gu Chao, Ao Kachuan, Orson, Duan Yao, Yi Feiyue, and Zhang Holia's opponents all chose to forfeit. Other than knowing that he couldn't beat them, the most important thing was that in the first round, these 6 fellows didn't show any mercy. The finals would be fought with real swords and spears, not in the great illusionary realm. Getting hit would really hurt. If he were to be crippled, it would affect his future cultivation. If he were to fight for a moment of bravery, it would ruin his entire life. No matter how he looked at it, it was not worth it. Before the second round began, 6 of them had already won, and the other 6 had been eliminated. Out of the original 26, only 20 remained. 5 more had to be eliminated. 6 of them had already advanced to the next level. Only 14 were left. 7 battles. Li Daochong unexpectedly drew Wanyan Yihui. However, the amount of attention paid to his match wasn't that high, because after Wanyan Yihui was quickly defeated by Yi Feiyue in the last match, he was even inferior to Zhao Tanxing in everyone's eyes. Li Daochong's super strength when he fought against Zhao Tanxing was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Now, no one looked down on Li Daochong. There were already voices that believed that Li Daochong's strength was enough to enter the top 15. There were 2 main battles in the second round. Yi Feiyue against Wei Yu, and Luo Dahai against Hongwu. Lu Ming's opponent was Helian Xiaoyi. The other 2 pairs of students were relatively mediocre. Although they had some strength, the gap between them and the others wasn't small. Li Daochong was still in the first arena. He calmly looked at Wanyan Yihui across from him. He was pondering whether he should directly expose this guy's true face or just focus on the match and defeat him. Wanyan didn't know why, but his eyes kept wandering when he looked at Li Daochong. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. Begin. A command sounded. Li Daochong didn't move from his original position. Wanyan Yihui wanted to move, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. His legs couldn't help but tremble. The students below the arena all had strange expressions. They didn't know what these 2 were doing. Why weren't they fighting? After a dozen seconds, Li Daochong leisurely walked towards Wanyan Yihui. The latter didn't move, as if he was under a spell. What's wrong with Wanyan Yihui? Is he stupid? Why isn't he using flower gazing in the fog? Why does Wanyan Yihui seem to be afraid of Li Daochong? Only when Li Daochong walked in front of Wanyan Yihui did the latter clench his teeth and throw a punch. Bang! Li Daochong casually caught Wanyan Yihui's fist. After making contact, Li Daochong's brows revealed a trace of doubt. This guy's alive and not dead. He's not a painted skin ghost. At this moment, the hot-blooded level-up device sounded again. Beep. Ghost Cultivator. Extra points for killing. Ghost Cultivator? Li Daochong was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of understanding appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It wasn't that the painted skin ghost ate him. It was him that absorbed the painted skin ghost. You're a ghost cultivator? Li Daochong asked in a low voice. When he spoke, Li Daochong used his telekinesis to create a barrier. No one could hear what he was saying. Wanyan Yihui's eyes revealed a terrified expression. He sensed Li Daochong's telekinesis barrier. Only then did he reply, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Li Daochong lightly smiled. "You don't need to understand. You don't have to admit it. But if you do, I'll beat you into dog shit in front of so many people. Then, I'll draw out the ghost energy in your body. How about it?" As he spoke, Li Daochong grabbed Wanyan Yihui's hand and increased his strength. A large amount of spirit energy entered Wanyan Yihui's body. In an instant, Wanyan Yihui felt as if he was about to die. It was as if he was a helpless deer that fell into the lion's mouth. This kind of feeling would only appear when facing a high-level cultivator. Li Daochong was clearly only a refinement stage cultivator. Wanyan Yihui's thoughts of resisting instantly collapsed. His breathing became rapid, and his forehead was covered with sweat. "You're also a ghost cultivator?" Wanyan Yihui suddenly realized something. He widened his eyes and asked, "You're the Hell King?" Wanyan Yihui could only think of this reason why he felt fear when facing Li Daochong. Among the ghost cultivators, There was a kind of person who was born with the body of the Hell King. They entered the Tao with ghosts and refined ghost souls to absorb their essence. Their cultivation speed was extremely fast. Moreover, all the ghost cultivators who saw them would naturally feel fear. What was the Hell King? Li Daochong naturally didn't know. He also didn't need to know. He naturally wasn't the Hell King. Li Daochong was too lazy to talk nonsense. He increased the strength of his hand. The death energy in Wanyan Ihue's body quickly entered Li Daochong's body. Don't, big brother. I'll say, I'm a ghost cultivator. Wanyan Ihue said in horror. If you don't want your identity to be exposed, then withdraw from the competition. As long as you haven't done anything harmful, I won't pursue the matter. Li Daochong replied. Okay. Wanyan Ihue didn't dare to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the telekinesis barrier instantly disappeared. Li Daochong turned around and walked down the stage. The students below the stage were confused. They didn't know what Li Daochong meant. Without waiting for them to start discussing, Wanyan Ihue dejectedly opened his mouth. I forfeit. What? Not only the students, but everyone's face was lifeless. He admitted defeat just like that? What kind of magic did Li Daochong use? Even Wanyan Ihue, who had such a violent temperament, immediately gave up. Chapter 128. The first arena ended early. It was calm and even a bit boring. The second and third arenas were the complete opposite. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Luo Dahai and Hongwu's hand-to-hand combat was shocking. Both of them were combat cultivators. One was born with divine strength, while the other had exquisite fist techniques. Bang, bang, bang. Shadows flashed in the second arena. Muffled sounds could be heard from time to time. Luo Dahai's body was huge, but it didn't affect his speed at all. Han Wu actually couldn't find an opening in this huge man. On the third arena, the battle between Yi Feiyue and Wu Yu was much more ethereal. The two remaining girls had graceful movement techniques. They flickered and moved, occasionally launching graceful but fatal attacks. In the two matches, both sides fought over 100 rounds before the victor was decided. Luo Dahai defeated Hongwu, while Yi Feiyue narrowly defeated Wu Yu. The second round ended with an hour of rest. The injured students received the highest level of recovery treatment. In the third round, there were only 19 students left. Wanyan Ihue forfeited. As long as 4 more students were eliminated, the top 15 would be decided. However, it wasn't over yet. The Department of Education had already announced that the top 15 would all be rewarded. However, the rewards are different. The reward for the first place was the most generous. They would receive a small spirit cultivating pill, a low-grade Earth-tier magic treasure, a spirit gathering array, 10 million Federation coins, and the opportunity to go to the Scarlet Sun Dojo for a week of special training. The reward for the second place was a small spirit cultivating pill, a high-grade Earth-tier magic treasure, 5 million Federation coins, and a week of special training at the Scarlet Sun Dojo. The reward for the third place was a small spirit cultivating pill, a mid-grade Earth-tier magic treasure, 3 million Federation coins, and a week of special training at the Scarlet Sun Dojo. The 4th to 10th place only received a small spirit cultivating pill, 2 million to 500,000 in cash, and 3 days of special training at the Scarlet Sun Dojo. The 11th to 15th place only received 3 days of special training and nothing else. The small spirit cultivating pill was a top-grade elixir for chi condensation cultivators. Taking one would ensure a breakthrough and nourish one's spiritual roots. The market price was 10 million Federation coins per pellet. It wasn't too expensive, but there was no market for it, and no one could buy it at all. The production was very limited, and the moment it came out of the furnace, it would be snatched up by the upper echelons of the Federation. They had money but no power. The 4 great clans had to rack their brains just to get their hands on one. From this, it could be seen how rare it was. This time, the Blue Bay Star Education Department had put in a lot of effort for this competition, investing hundreds of millions of Federation dollars. After the rewards were announced, most of the students were indifferent. It was not that the rewards were not generous enough, but that they were very generous. Everyone wanted it, especially those students with no background. If they could get their hands on these things, their cultivation would skyrocket in a short period of time. Unfortunately, not to mention the top 3, even the top 15 were beyond their reach. As soon as the rewards were announced, all the students consciously made way for them. In private, they discussed who among the 5 great masters would get first place and who would be in the top 3. More than 50% of the students thought that Gu Chao had the highest chance of getting first place, followed by Ao Kichuan. Then Orson. The others had a very low chance of getting first place. Outside of the competition, online and offline bets were set up. The first prize was to guess all the top 10 correctly, and the reward was an astonishing 100 million Federation dollars. The second prize was to guess 8 correctly, and only 2 could be wrong. The main thing was that the order could not be wrong, and the reward was only 5 million. The third prize was to guess 5 correctly, and the reward was 500,000. The fourth prize was the Friendship Participation Prize, and the reward was 50 Federation dollars. In addition, there was also a single special prize for the first place. Gu Chao's odds were the lowest, only 1 to 13. That was to say, if you bet $10, you would only get $13 back if you won. Ao Kichuan's odds were also very low, 1 to 15. Orson's odds were 1 to 2, Duan Yao's odds were 1 to 3, and Yi Feiyue's odds were 1 to 35. The odds for the 5 great masters were not very high, and the highest was Yi Feiyue's odds were only 3 to 5. The ones below were very impressive. The ones who were thought to be in 6th place were originally Luo Dehai, the barbarian, and the more mysterious Lu Ming. But now it was Zhan Honglai, and his odds were lower than Yi Feiyue's, only 1 to 3. Luo Dehai's odds were 1 to 15, and Lu Ming's odds were 1 to 14. Wu Yu's odds were 1 to 16, Li Tianyao's odds were 1 to 17, and Helian Xiaoyi's odds were 1 to 19. Li Daocheng's odds were originally 1 to 100. You didn't read it wrong, it was that high. But after he heavily injured Zhao Tansheng with 1 punch, the odds became 1 to 56 and then dropped to 1 to 35. All the major casinos in the underground city were paying attention to the competition. Tens of thousands of gamblers were staring at the scene on the astrovision screen. After the 3rd round of the competition began, the odds in all the casinos would be fixed and would not change. Many gamblers were not in a hurry to place their bets. At this time, only the drawing of lots was left before the 3rd round began. After the drawing of lots, all the major casinos would make a final adjustment to the odds. Sung Jiao sat lazily in the bar. She was wearing a tight, red Chong Sam, which showed off her exquisite body. The collar looked as if it would burst open at any time due to her protruding breasts. Her plump buttocks were full and bouncy, and her pair of long and slender legs were exposed to the air. It was not safe to dress like this in the underground city bars. In this world full of beasts, a woman dressed like this was courting death. The chances of her being raped and killed would greatly increase. It would not be strange if she was gang raped. However, the men in the bar were trembling as they glanced at Sang Jiao. They wanted to look but did not dare to, for fear of getting into trouble. Just a moment ago, a reckless thug came forward to take liberties with Sang Jiao, and then his lower body was burned by a ball of fire. Then he was dragged out and thrown into a trash can. At this time, the group of drunkards and gamblers saw the name tag on Sang Jiao's chest. It clearly wrote Shadow Serene Lane Floor Manager. The underground forces of the underground city were intricate and complicated, but there was only one leader, and that was the Shadow Serene Lane. The strength that Sang Jiao displayed was at least above the Qi gathering middle stage. This kind of strength in the underground city definitely belonged to the upper level. Not to mention that this thorny rose had the Shadow Serene Lane behind her. Even if she was alone, 90% of the underground city's forces would not dare to provoke her. Therefore, there was no one in a 10-meter radius around Sang Jiao. There was only a sloppy old man sitting beside her. It was old Devil Zhang. Both of them were staring at Li Daocheng, who was standing in the corner on the screen. Jiao, this kid's identity is so open. He is a student of Xiansong University. This old man did not expect that. No wonder the secret investigation could not find any results. The direction was wrong. Old Devil Zhang took a sip of wine and said, "Old Devil, do you know who his father is?" Sung Jiao had already drunk 2 cups of strong liquor. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were charming. Her voice carried a hint of drunkenness. Her appearance was as ecstatic as it could be. The drunkards and gamblers who were watching from a distance were drooling. Their hearts were itching, but they could only watch from a distance and could not get close. Otherwise, they would die a very ugly death. Sung Jiao made the drunkards and gamblers deeply understand what it meant to have a knife above the character of lust. Who? Old Devil Zhang saw some clues from Sung Jiao's eyes. If she could ask such a question, then the answer must be very wonderful. Li Tianyang. Sung Jiao smiled charmingly. Hiss. Old Devil Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man never dreamed that this kid who had made several transactions with him would turn out to be the son of the Blue Bay Star's #1 fierce person. Then it was not strange that Li Daochong had such achievements at such a young age. Chapter 129. That's him. Sung Jiao took a sip of wine and replied with hazy eyes. Old Ghost Zhang's old face revealed a look of surprise. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't think that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Interesting, interesting. Old Ghost, I'm guessing that there's an even more powerful person behind Li Daochong." Li Tianyang was seriously injured after that incident in the army and is no longer as strong as he was in the past. Moreover, Jin Dan's cultivation isn't enough to make someone with a depleted spirit vein become so powerful. Sung Jiao stared at Li Daochong on the spirit vision screen and said, "Girl, are you saying that Li Daochong has been taken in as a disciple by some powerful person living in seclusion?" Old Ghost Zhang continued. "That's right, that's very likely." Sung Jiao said, "Then what cultivation level do you think the person behind Li Daochong is at?" Old Ghost Zhang asked casually, but his old eyes were filled with curiosity. At the very least, he's a Yuanian cultivator. Sung Jiao's words were shocking. That's what I thought. If that's the case, we have to take good care of Li Daochong. He might be of great help to us in the future. Old Ghost Zhang drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, his eyes shining. Shadow Serene Square's business on a rank 3 cultivation planet is not going well right now. We're seriously being ostracized. If we can get the support of a Yuanian cultivator, we can easily get through this difficult time. Sung Jiao's eyes were filled with eagerness. Yuanian cultivators aren't easy to rope in. Even in the Federation's cultivation army, there are only a limited number of Yuanian cultivators, Old Ghost Zhang reminded. That's why we have to pay attention to Li Daochong. Don't you still want to return to the Federation's center one day and have a grand plan? Sung Jiao glanced at Old Ghost Zhang. Even if the powerful person behind Li Daochong really is a Yuanian cultivator and can get along well with him, a Yuanian cultivator is far from enough to enter the Federation Center again. Old Ghost Zhang bitterly smiled. Old Ghost Zhang, you're really old. Your vision is so low that you can only see the powerful person behind Li Daochong. You don't think highly of him? If Li Daochong becomes a Yuanian cultivator, or even Yuanian cultivator, then wouldn't that be enough? Sung Jiao's drunken eyes. Old Ghost Zhang looked at Sung Jiao as if he was looking at a stranger. Girl, your ambition isn't small. But do you really think so highly of that kid? Not to mention the soul formation stage. Even if he can enter the Jin Dan stage, it's already quite impressive. Even if he looks good now, he's still far from the soul formation stage. Sung Jiao poured another glass of wine and shook it in her hand. Life is unpredictable. This investment is worth it. Even if he can't succeed, it's not bad to be able to get along with his master Yuaniing. That's true. Let's watch the competition first. We still don't know if this kid can get past the top 5. If he can't even get into the top 5, I'm afraid your wish will come to nothing. Old Ghost Zhang said, not very optimistic. Sung Jiao didn't refute. After all, Gu Chao and Okikin were 2 mountains that were too difficult to climb. She had investigated these 2 people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were favored by the heavens. They were even better than Battle Sword Augustine back then. Even if Li Daochong wasn't bad, compared to them, he still seemed to be a bit lacking. While the old and the young were talking, a burst of exclamations came from the bar. The third round of drawing lots had been confirmed. The list of matches was brilliant beyond compare. The real experts had finally met. Because there were 19 people, there was bound to be a bye. The 19 students voted, and in the end, Gu Chao got a bye. Li Daochong also voted. However, he didn't write anything and handed in a blank piece of paper. Among the 18 students, there were 4 matches that were the focus of attention. Okikin against Lu Ming, Orson against Duan Yao, Yi Feiyue against Li Tian Yao, and Li Daochong against Luo Dahai. Other than Gu Chao getting a bye and Zhan Honglai against Wu Yu, the rest of the top 10 were all matched up. From a third round onwards, the finals entered a white-hot stage. At this time, the betting odds of the Underground Cities Casino were also completely finalized. No matter what happened later on, there wouldn't be any changes. After the list of matches was released, the casino didn't adjust the odds very much. It was more or less the same as before. Only a few people had some changes. Among them, the biggest change was Li Daochong. That was because his opponent in the third round was giant barbarian Luo Dahai. The casino's analysts had complete information on both of them. Luo Dahai didn't only have brute force. He also had the blood of the giant tribe. In the future, his achievements wouldn't be low. It wouldn't be difficult for him to build his foundation. If it wasn't for his poor family background, he would be a student of the same level as Gu Chao. Therefore, Li Daochong, who wasn't favored to begin with, had his odds adjusted from 135 to 142. Obviously, all the major casinos believed that Luo Dahai would completely defeat Li Daochong in this match. As long as he lost one match in the finals, there would be no chance for him to win first place. Speculators and gamblers who wanted to get rich in a day placed their bets one after another. However, the total amount of bets placed in the underground city exceeded 5 billion Federation dollars. Old bastard, do you want to bet too? Sing Jiao asked with interest. It's easy for this old man to earn money. Forget about gambling. Old bastard Zhang replied with a bored expression. All right, don't regret it. I'm going to bet. Sung Jiao smiled. There's nothing to regret. Who do you want to bet on? Old bastard Zhang asked without much substance. Sung Jiao didn't answer. Instead, she took out a spirit card and handed it to the bartender behind the bar. All the money on this card will be bet on Li Daochong. The bartender didn't mind. It was the customer's freedom to bet on whoever they wanted. However, when he took the spirit card and swiped it in his spiritual brain, he suddenly looked up at Sang Jiao with a dumbfounded expression. Manager Tsang, are you sure you want to bet everything on Li Daochong? Old bastard Zhang was puzzled when he heard this. He stuck his head out to look at the spiritual brain screen. When he saw it, he sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, Tseng Jiao, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? The number displayed on the screen was 13293,800 Federation dollars. Tseng Jiao smiled calmly, as if the money didn't belong to her. She said to the bartender, I'm sure. The bartender's fingers trembled as he operated the spiritual brain. If someone had bet so much on Gu Chao or A.O. Kichuan, it wouldn't have mattered. However, to bet so much on Li Daochong, a guy who obviously couldn't get first place, wasn't this clearly throwing money into the water? The entire Blue Bay Star was focused on the final result of the championship, including the military. The remaining 19 people in the finals, whether it was luck, strength, or other reasons, were outstanding in their ability to stay. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the third round officially began. It was rare that Li Daochong wasn't in the first batch. The first 3 matches were Yi Feiyue versus Li Tian Yao, Orson versus Duan Yao, and Zhan Honglai versus Wu Yu. Li Daochong would go up to the stage after one of the matches ended. He would fight Luo Dahai. Li Daochong stood below the second stage. He chose to watch the match between Yi Feiyue and Li Tian Yao. On the stage, Li Tian Yao smiled as he looked at Yi Feiyue. Feiyue, I heard that you're very close to Li Daochong. Yi Feiyue frowned. What does it have to do with you, who I'm close to? Li Tian Yao's smile deepened. If it were someone else, it would naturally have nothing to do with me. However, Li Daochong is related to me. Don't you know that in terms of seniority, he's my nephew? Yi Feiyue's eyes didn't waver. So what? Li Tianyao suddenly turned to look at Li Daochong, who was standing below the stage. He smiled. Nothing. I just feel that your eyesight is too bad. After I defeat you, I'll let you witness how I trample on this trash of a nephew of mine in front of everyone. Chapter 130. A cruel smile appeared on Li Tianyao's face, and he stopped talking. Li Daochong, who was standing below the stage, heard Li Tianyao's words. His expression didn't change much, except for a flash of coldness in his dark eyes. Yi Feiyue held the red lotus sword in her hand, and 2 talismans were ready to attack. Li Daochong didn't go back on his words, and gave her another talisman after she came down. However, it wasn't an ice talisman, but a 4th-level fire talisman. The students below the stage held their breaths and looked at the 2 people on the stage. They seemed to be more nervous than the 2 people who were about to fight. Begin. The referee gave the order. Li Tianyao's aura changed rapidly, and a huge amount of spirit qi rushed out of his body. What a strong aura. Li Tianyao hid his strength in the semi-finals, someone said in surprise. The peak of the 11th level of qi refining, only 1 step away from the qi gathering realm. Li Tianyao was underestimated. No, not the 11th level of qi refining, but the 12th. What? The 12th level of qi refining? There's a 12th level of qi refining? Isn't there only the 11th level of qi refining? The so-called 12th level of qi refining is the privilege of those with special spirit veins. For example, the 10th spirit vein is a very special type of Xian spirit vein. Almost everyone only has 9 spirit veins, but very few people have a 10th spirit vein. Hearing the explanation, the surrounding students looked at Li Tianyao in surprise. They didn't expect this guy to have a 10th spirit vein. Yi Feiyue's beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. She was actually suppressed by Li Tianyao in terms of cultivation. Yi Feiyue's hand tightened. She didn't dare to be careless. Her beautiful figure flashed and attacked. The red lotus sword turned into countless red sword rays and shot out. More than a dozen sword qi slashed at Li Tianyao. Li Tianyao smiled, and a short knife appeared in his hand. He swept it horizontally, and a very thick knife, ray, came out with a bang. Bang! The sword ray and knife ray met in the air and canceled each other out, making a muffled sound. Yi Feiyue was shocked. She didn't expect that the dozen sword rays she released with all her strength would be broken by Li Tianyao's casual move. Yi Feiyue bit her lower lip, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on her cheeks. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. It was not because of anything, but because Li Tianyao's speed was too fast. He had already appeared behind Yi Feiyue. So fast, a student below the stage exclaimed. Li Daochong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Tianyao to have already mastered the Li family shadow step. He couldn't compare to his father's mastery of the Li family shadow step. Of course, he was the first person in the Li family to have achieved such a feat in the past 20 years. Li Daochong had never seen Li Tianyao's saber technique before. It looked very similar to the ghost-slaying saber technique used in the military, but seemed to be more ferocious. You are Li Daochong? Just as Li Daochong was seriously watching the battle in the ring, a muffled sound like muffled thunder came from behind him. At this time, the surrounding students all stepped aside to create a large, open space, each of them revealing a timid expression. Li Daochong had long since sensed Luo Dahai approaching him, but he didn't expect him to actually come for him. When he turned around, the first thing he saw was the bulging chest muscles. Li Daochong wasn't short, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, but standing in front of Luo Dahai, he looked like a child. Luo Dahai's body was tall and sturdy. Every muscle on his body was like a lump of iron, full of explosive power. It's me. What's the matter? Li Daochong raised his head slightly and said indifferently, I heard you have guts, but I don't know if you'll still have guts under my iron fist. I've seen plenty of pretentious brats like you. Let me give you a word of advice. Your dosage is useless in front of me. It's better if you admit defeat early. That way, you won't have to take a beating, got it? Luo Dahai said in a rough voice. When the students saw Luo Dahai, they were shocked as if they had seen a ferocious beast. Many of the girls shrank back into the crowd in fear. Li Daocheng is doomed this time. When he faces this animal in the next round, I'm afraid he'll be beaten very badly. Yeah, Luo Dahai doesn't just have iron fists. His defensive power is invincible in the Qi refining stage. The martial robe he's wearing is called iron armor. It's the human high grade. Qi refining stage, cultivators can't break it at all. It doesn't matter if it's physical or magical techniques. It's useless, let alone telekinesis. The iron armor is worn by the front-line soldiers of the cultivation army. Of course, it's powerful. The surrounding students whispered. Li Daocheng didn't take it to heart. It wasn't the first time he was looked down upon. Since the beginning of the hegemony tournament, he had never been looked down upon. Li Daocheng didn't care at all about being looked down upon. Strength wasn't something that could be proven with words. Are you done? Li Daocheng's expression was still indifferent. Even though Luo Dahai had threatened him in front of so many people, it didn't affect him in the slightest. It was as if those words weren't directed at him at all, but at someone else. Luo Dahai's original intention was to provoke Li Daocheng, but he didn't expect that this kid didn't have any temper at all. Luo Dahai's evaluation of Li Daocheng immediately dropped another level. I'm done. Luo Dahai's face revealed a mocking smile. If you're done, then you can get lost, Li Daocheng said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding students stared at Li Daocheng in shock. They wondered if there was something wrong with his head. How dare he talk to Luo Dahai like that? Wasn't he courting death? Hua Xiaoling, who was standing in the crowd, covered her mouth and almost screamed. Many students had heard about Luo Dahai's temper. How could he stand this? The students could already see the scene of Li Daocheng's bones being crushed by Luo Dahai. There was once someone who spoke rudely in front of Luo Dahai. As a result, that person was lying in the hospital the next day, bandaged up and turned into a mummy. More than 30 bones were broken, all of them comminuted fractures. Luo Dahai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Li Daocheng to be so arrogant that he dared to tell him to get lost. The hot-tempered Luo Dahai instantly went berserk, the veins on his temples bulging. With so many students looking at him, if he didn't teach Li Daocheng a lesson, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. Luo Dahai really wanted to punch Li Daocheng right now and turn him into a meat patty. However, he glanced at the lecturers standing around him. In the end, he could only hold it in and say fiercely, "Brat, you want me to fight you? Then I'll break the rules and be disqualified. You wish. You're very good. Don't worry, I'll treat you well in the arena." Ha ha. Luo Dahai's words were very good. Not only did he regain his face, but he also insinuated that Li Daocheng was actually afraid of fighting him and wanted to provoke him. So he used despicable means to make him break the rules. The surrounding students immediately understood. They thought that Li Daocheng had used underhanded means in the previous matches, so they all thought that Li Daocheng was treacherous. Now that they heard Luo Dahai's words, they all thought that Li Daocheng didn't dare to fight with Luo Dahai. Li Daocheng was too lazy to say another word to Luo Dahai. He turned his face and continued to look at the arena. Luo Dahai, who was ignored, clenched his teeth and looked at the back of Li Daocheng's head. He clenched his fists, but he couldn't do it in front of everyone. He could only suppress his anger. At this moment, a silver light shot over. Li Daocheng simply leaned to the side and dodged the silver light. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. The silver light shot at Luo Dahai, who was behind him, and made an ear-piercing sound. Clatter! A short knife fell to the ground. It was Li Tianyao's high-grade human-tier weapon, Origin Returning Knife. Chapter 131. Li Tianyao's dagger was incomparably sharp. In the previous semifinals, everyone knew that it was hailed as the sharpest magic weapon in this year's hegemony tournament. In the semifinals, Li Tianyao was up against a student who specialized in defense. His equipment and cultivation methods were all defense type. It was said that he had once blocked 3 of Orson's punches. Although it was last year, it was still very impressive. In the end, Li Tianyao dagger broke through that student's defense and killed him instantly. As a result, the dagger in Li Tianyao hand became the sharpest spear in the eyes of the students. It was as if there was nothing it couldn't pierce and cut. Li Daochong also recognized this origin recovery dagger. It was one of the best mortal-ranked magic weapons in the Li family's treasure room. It was indeed very sharp. Just now, Li Tianyao took advantage of a gap in Yi Feiyue's defense and used the most powerful Thunderbolt dagger in the Thunderbolt dagger art. The dagger turned into silver lightning and shot out. Unexpectedly, Yi Feiyue actually dodged it. The origin recovery dagger brushed past Yi Feiyue's body and shot out of the arena. The surrounding lecturers were on high alert. When they saw an attack coming out of the arena, they immediately protected the surrounding students. However, when the two lecturers standing in this direction were about to make a move, an invisible force suddenly enveloped them and actually restrained them, making them unable to move. The two lecturers turned pale with fright. Li Tianyao's Thunderbolt dagger shot out of the arena and shot towards Li Daochong. In the stands, Qiu Xiong's old face flashed with an imperceptible sinister expression. He was the one who restrained the two lecturers. Li Daochong wasn't the only one who could use telekinesis attacks. Qiu Xiong was also a telekinesis cultivator. When he fought with Li Tianyang, although he was defeated and fled, he didn't suffer a fatal blow. This was because his telekinesis was profound. His defense and perception of danger were much sharper than the other two in the family. Qiu Xiong wouldn't miss any opportunity to kill Li Daochong. Of course, this opportunity must be a seemingly flawless accident. However, Qiu Xiong would never have thought that Li Daochong would be able to dodge such a coincidental and sudden attack so easily. The sharp dagger fiercely stabbed into Luo Dahai, who was standing behind Li Daochong. For a second, there was silence all around. Everyone stared blankly at Luo Dahai. The dagger was at least 2 inches deep in Luo Dahai's chest. Was Luo Dahai dead? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. After all, the power of Li Tianyao's attack was really astonishing, especially the penetrating power. It was absolutely comparable to the full power of a cultivator at the early stages of the Qi-gathering realm. Motherf asterisk Ker. Luo Dahai let out a rude and barbaric curse. The surrounding students all stared at Luo Dahai in disbelief. Even though his chest had been pierced, he still didn't seem to care. What was this barbarian made of? Luo Dahai's thick and large chest muscles moved violently, and a short knife was ejected. What kind of monster physique is this? He's completely fine after being hit by Li Tianyao's strongest attack head-on? Is Luo Dahai a high-level savage beast? Voices of surprise rose one after another. Li Tianyao's face was ashen. The target of this attack was originally Li Daochong, but this kid easily dodged it and hit the big guy head-on. His opponent's face didn't seem to care at all, so the dagger only pierced through his robe, not even his muscles. Li Tianyao, your aim is too bad. Is it because I have a big body that you think it's easy to hit? Luo Dahai's eyes were as big as gongs as he said in a rough voice. There was a burst of laughter from all around, but there was more shock. Luo Dahai not only had a powerful defensive robe, but also his giant bloodline. It was simply too abnormal. He was a steel puppet. Luo Dahai has been underestimated, an old man in the stands exclaimed. After the students came back to their senses, they all looked at Li Daochong with a sympathetic gaze, because the next match was between Li Daochong and Luo Dahai. Previously, many students thought that this would be a contest of skill and strength, and it would be hard to determine who would win or lose. Luo Dahai might be stronger than Li Daochong, but if the latter could keep a distance from Luo Dahai, it wasn't impossible for him to win. But at this moment, no one present believed that Li Daochong could defeat Luo Dahai. Many students even believed that Luo Dahai would be the biggest threat to Gu Chao and the House of Oku. At this moment, Yi Feiyue and Li Tianyao seemed to have been forgotten. Yi Feiyue was the first to come back to her senses. She didn't say anything and directly attacked Li Tianyao with a red lotus blooming. Li Tianyao, who had lost his weapon, had no way to defend himself except to dodge. His confidence was crumbling bit by bit. As the most outstanding representative of this generation of the Li family, Li Tianyao had always been full of confidence, showing disdain for the outstanding heroes and wanting to make a name for himself in this competition. In Li Tianyao's eyes, other than Gu Chao and the House of Oku, no one else was worthy of his attention. But his strongest attack couldn't even pierce through Luo Dahai's muscles. This was a heavy blow to him. Li Tianyao was already doubting his life. He had previously vowed to defeat Yi Feiyue and then trample Li Daochong under his feet, but now it seemed like a joke. In the VIP stands, the members of the Li family all had extremely unsightly expressions. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. They were too ashamed to face anyone. Li Tianyao's mind was blank. He only dodged a few times based on instinct before he was sent flying by Yi Feiyue's sword and fell outside the ring. Li Tianyao lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky like a dead man. Yi Feiyue wins, the referee immediately announced. At this moment, the students, who were still shocked by Luo Dahai's abnormal body, looked at the ring. Yi Feiyue walked down the ring. When she passed by Li Daochong, she paused for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Li, be careful. If you're not confident, just admit defeat. There's no need to compete with that barbarian. Your advantage doesn't lie in close combat." "Thank you for the reminder," Li Daochong said with a slight nod. When Yi Feiyue glanced at Li Daochong's eyes, she saw an incomparably resolute gaze. She sighed inwardly. She knew that her words were meaningless. Li Daochong would never listen to her advice. He would never admit defeat in this battle. Next battle, Li Daochong versus Luo Dahai. Both contestants, please come to the ring. Yi Feiyue had just stepped down when the referee's voice sounded again. Crack, crack, crack. Luo Dahai clenched his fists, his joints making a crisp sound. A cruel smile appeared on his rough face. Luo Dahai impatiently walked to the ring with heavy steps. When he passed by Li Daochong, he said in a rough voice with a playful expression, "Boy, you just told me to get lost, right? I'll let you know what it means to get lost in a moment. Ha." At the end of his words, Luo Dahai laughed unscrupulously. His huge body jumped up and landed in the middle of the ring with a thump. This move once again drew cries of surprise from all around. Luo Dahai's huge body was actually able to use a movement technique similar to the Spirit Void steps. It was simply unimaginable. Li Daochong's expression didn't change at all. After the referee's voice fell, he walked to the ring. No matter what the surrounding students were discussing or how they looked at him with pity, he turned a blind eye and walked to the ring unhurriedly. Just when Li Daochong was 2 steps away from the ring, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and grabbed Li Daochong. Chapter 132. Xiao Shima's appearance was somewhat unexpected. Li Daochong looked indifferently at the woman who had divorced him 3 months ago, without much emotion in his heart. To Li Daochong, the fake marriage was just a deal. They each took what they needed. Now it seemed that Li Daochong and Xiao Shima didn't ask for much money, but at that time, they had helped Li Daochong a lot. Li Daochong didn't even have enough to eat at that time. Not only Li Daochong, but the surrounding students also looked at the nervous Xiao Shima in surprise. The news of Li Daochong and Xiao Shima's divorce had already spread. Xiao Sanlang had a big mouth, so it was hard not to know about it. However, people were no longer interested in the two's marriage, which had been noisy since the engagement. Even if the Li family knew that the Xiao family didn't want to return the betrothal gifts, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't do more than take revenge in business. Sister, Xiao Sinuo, who had followed behind Li Daochong, was about to call him brother-in-law when he realized that he was wrong. He swallowed his words and said, "Li Daochong, my sister is right. Why don't you admit defeat? Where there's life, there's hope. There's only 19 people left. With your strength, if you're careful, you won't have a problem getting into the top 15. There's no need to compete with that savage beast. What if you're seriously injured and can't participate in the later rounds and get eliminated? Daochong, Shima is right. You didn't get to where you are now. There's no need to be impulsive." Xiao Shima had seen the conflict between Li Daochong and Luo Dahai. She was worried that Li Daocheng would ruin the good future that was already at his fingertips. Li Daocheng felt that the two girls were a little abrupt, but he still felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Xiao Shima's fake marriage was to use him, but after interacting with her, Li Daocheng felt that Xiao Shima was a good person. She wasn't spoiled like a rich and beautiful woman, but she had no choice because of the fate of her entire family. As for Xiao Sinuo, his sister-in-law, Li Daocheng felt that she was more like a mischievous little sister. She spoke and acted carelessly without any bad intentions. No matter what, it was still a very heartwarming thing to be cared for. Li Daocheng looked at the two women, smiled slightly, and said, "You don't think highly of me?" Xiao Sinuo panicked. It's not that I don't think highly of you. It's just that you need to use your brain in everything. Why do you have to compete with that simple-minded gorilla? You can step on him after you've achieved some success in your cultivation. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Li Daocheng couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Xiao Sinuo's anxious look. What are you laughing at? I'm giving you advice, but you don't understand. You're so anxious. You're only one step away from entering the joint examination of 100 schools. How many people dream of this? Xiao Sinuo was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet when she saw Li Daocheng's careless and happy expression. It was true that the emperor wasn't anxious, but the eunuch was. But before Xiao Sinuo could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the referee's voice. Li Daocheng, are you going to the stage or not? If you don't, I'll take it that you've admitted defeat. Li Daocheng patted Xiao Sinuo on the shoulder. Thank you for the reminder. Watch carefully from below the stage. If I'm crippled, I'll have to trouble you to send me to the medical shuttle. With that, Li Daocheng turned around and walked up the stage. Xiao Sinuo and Xiao Shima looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Xiao Sinuo was unwilling to give up and wanted to pull Li Daocheng back, but she grabbed nothing. Li Daocheng was clearly very close to her, but she couldn't grab him. Li Daocheng walked to the center of the arena. Luo Dahai was already impatient and said in a rough voice, "Boy, you're dilly-dallying like a woman. Are you scared? If you're scared, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. I'll consider going easy on you. Otherwise, I won't agree even if you admit defeat." Li Daocheng didn't say anything. With a calm expression, he turned to the referee standing at the edge of the arena and asked, "Can we start now?" In order to make the competition more interesting, it was naturally better for both sides to talk about it as much as possible. The referee didn't immediately announce the start of the match, which was also on purpose. He wanted to pave the way for this match to be more attractive. After Luo Dahai said such humiliating words to Li Daocheng, the referee was waiting to see how Li Daocheng would fight back. After all, anyone who was humiliated in front of so many people would be furious. Unexpectedly, Li Daocheng didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. Instead, he suddenly pointed the spearhead at himself and asked, "When should we start?" A trace of displeasure appeared on the referee's face. "Since you want to be beaten so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The referee didn't respond to Li Daocheng. After waiting for a few seconds, he said, "Let the match begin." With that, the referee jumped down from the arena. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Luo Dahai took a deep breath. His already huge body seemed to grow a little bigger. His muscles bulged and were full of explosive power. The pressure in the arena suddenly increased. The arena under Luo Dahai's feet cracked, and his huge body turned slightly red. Below the arena, Gu Chao stood in the distance and stared at Luo Dahai's changes. His calm face revealed a trace of surprise. Luo Dahai has already mastered Tyrant Body Scripture. I underestimated him before. Young master, this Luo Dahai is not simple. A follower of the Gu family, standing behind Gu Chao, said. Yes, even I have to take him seriously. Gu Chao nodded. On the other side, Ao Kachuan, Orson, and Helian Xiaoi stood together and watched the match. They originally wanted to see Li Daocheng, but when they saw Luo Dahai use Tyrant Body Scripture, the 3 of them were surprised. Brother son, between Luo Dahai's Tyrant Body Scripture and your Beast Fist, which one is stronger? Helian Xiaoi asked curiously. More or less, Orson replied while eating an apple. However, he didn't look at Luo Dahai. Instead, he looked at Li Daochong. He was curious about how Li Daochong would fight with Luo Dahai. So powerful. Helian Xiaoyi was surprised. How can a low-grade Earth-class skill not be powerful? This time, Li Daochong is going to suffer. Orson nodded. Brother Kechuan, can your gigantic spirit sky staff suppress Luo Dahai's tyrant body scripture? Helian Xiaoyi tilted her head and looked at Ao Kechuan. It depends on how far he has mastered it. If he has mastered it to the second level, I'm afraid he won't be able to suppress it. Ao Kechuan replied. Helian Xiaoyi looked at Li Daochong with sympathy. Li Daochong is going to be miserable this time. He will definitely be beaten into a pig's head. Under the ring and in the stands, almost everyone was shocked by the power displayed by Luo Dahai. Tyrant body scripture was a famous violent cultivation method on the Indigo Bay star. On the other hand, Li Daochong was the same as when he went on the arena. His aura didn't change at all. In the eyes of the audience, he was no different from waiting for death. Many experts believe that Li Daochong should seize the opportunity when Luo Dahai was accumulating power and make the first move. The only weakness of Tyrant Body Scripture was that it took a few seconds to enter Tyrant Body. Once it entered Tyrant Body, there would be no weakness to speak of. Chapter 133. Is Li Daochong scared out of his wits? Why didn't he make a move when he had such a good opportunity? That's right. If I didn't care, I would have fought first. I think Li Daochong must have been shocked by Luo Dahai's aura and can't move. Discussions could be heard from below the arena. Xiao Shima and Xiao Shima held each other's hands tightly. Their palms were sweaty. Xiao Shima's delicate body trembled involuntarily. Luo Dahai's overflowing aggressiveness was too strong for a non-combat cultivator like her. If Xiao Shima hadn't helped her block some of it, if Xiao Sinuo hadn't helped Xiao Shima, she would have collapsed on the ground at such a close distance. Lu Ming, Sido Lan, Ouyang Qian, Li Qingyao, and Lu Feng stood together, looking at Li Daochong in the arena with serious expressions. Even Li Qingyao, who had some understanding of Li Daochong's strength, felt uncertain. Luo Dahai's overflowing aura was still very strong when it reached them. The 5 people stood in the area where the students of Xianshan University were, including Zhang Honglai. A group of rich young masters surrounded Zhang Honglai, laughing as they looked at Li Daochong in the arena. This kid finally had a day like this. After the battle on the ghost hunting planet, this group of rich young masters still had lingering fears of Li Daochong. They thought this kid was dead, but they didn't expect this kid to appear alive at the beginning of the tournament. This group of rich young masters naturally didn't dare to provoke Li Daochong now, but they still gritted their teeth in hatred when they saw Luo Dahai's ferocity. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Li Daochong was done for. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Young Master Zhan, I'm afraid you don't need to do anything. Luo Dahai will finish off Li Daochong, a rich young master said with a smile. That goes without saying. Luo Dahai's tyrant body technique is a low-grade Earth-class technique. Its explosive power is astonishing. The strength of one punch can break a hill. No matter how powerful Li Daochong is, he is still limited to the ordinary level. Luo Dahai has already broken through the ordinary level and reached the superclass level. Zhang Honglai stopped a female student with one hand. His hand was caressing her small waist in a naughty manner. There was not much change in his expression. In fact, Zhang Honglai was angrier than ever, because just now, Xiao Shima had pulled Li Daochong in front of everyone, and the two of them were talking intimately in front of so many people. Zhang Honglai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The news of their divorce had been confirmed, which made Zhang Honglai even more furious. They were already divorced, yet they were still flirting in public. What the hell was going on? A month ago, Zhang Honglai had confessed to Qiao Shima and promised many benefits to the Qiao family, as long as she agreed to be his girlfriend. However, Qiao Shima had rejected Zhang Honglia's request without even thinking about it. Since then, she had completely cut off all contact with Zhang Honglai. In Zhang Honglia's eyes, All of this was Li Daocheng's fault. If it weren't for him, Xiao Shima would have become his woman long ago. Zhang Hongye's desire to kill Li Daocheng with his own hands had never been as strong as it was now. He didn't even need to worry about the cultivation method. As long as Li Daocheng was dead, everything would be fine. After eating Qiu Xiong's elixir, Zhang Hongye's cultivation had leaped to first place in the hegemony tournament. It was just that he had been hiding his true strength and hadn't revealed it. Now, even if he faced Gu Chao, Zhang Honglai wasn't afraid at all. However, after Zhang Hongye's cultivation had leaped to the Qi-gathering realm, his state of mind had changed. His goal was no longer Li Daocheng, but first place in the Rising Star tournament. Killing Li Daocheng was just a matter of convenience. Go and contact the Luo family. Tell Luo Dahai not to be too heavy-handed. Li Daocheng is mine, Zhang Honglai said to a follower beside him. Yes, young Master Zhang. I'll go and talk to the Luo family. The follower immediately turned around and ran off. In the stands, the Li family had already left. With Li Tianyao defeated, the Li family's last hope was gone. As for Li Daocheng, the higher-ups of the Li family no longer counted him as part of their plans. The three principals, Yuan Longji, Shi Kuei, and Xie Chengjing, clustered around the deputy director of the education department, Yu Boming. They kept praising Luo Dahai's talent and said that they could focus on training him after the tournament. Yu Boming squinted his small eyes. He smiled and nodded repeatedly. Luo Dahai was indeed good. Even if he didn't achieve much in the future, this kind of close combat barbaric cultivator was the most powerful blade on the battlefield. He was very popular in the army. Deputy Director Yu, Luo Dahai was born for the army's ghost-slaying commando team. This kind of special talent is not much worse than Gu Chao and Akin, Yuan Longji said flatteringly. That's right. Now, the army is short on talents for all kinds of special forces. With Luo Dahai's current strength, he would be highly valued in the army. It would be easy for him to get a captain position. Yu Boming said wishfully. A talent like Luo Dahai was the easiest way for him to get results. Tut-tut, it's a pity for Li Daocheng. If he didn't meet Luo Dahai in this battle, he would have a chance to get into the top 15. Unfortunately, his good luck was used up in the preliminaries and semifinals. Once the Tyrant Body Scripture is used, there's no way to pay attention to the severity of the attack. It's fine if you don't attack, but once you attack, you will be injured if you don't die. After this battle, I'm afraid that Li Daocheng won't be able to participate in the following matches, Shi Kuei said with a little pity. The audience at the other two arenas were also attracted. Everyone looked at Luo Dahai, who had entered the Tyrant Body Scripture state, in amazement. They wanted to see how powerful his attack was. Everyone's attention was focused on Luo Dahai. As for Li Daocheng, he had been forgotten. He was like a target. No one would pay attention to him if he wasn't being shot. Boom! Boom! Luo Dahai stomped on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded. His huge body shot out like a huge cannonball. Due to the Tyrant Body Scripture, Luo Dahai's whole body was slightly red. His muscles were as hard as a rock. Xing? 8 yuan ziji dai brat. Luo Dahai shouted. He couldn't help but hold back. Before he arrived, he had already punched. As he raised his fist, a strong wind raged. Sand and stones flew around the arena. The unformed fist wind made many students near the arena feel pain on their cheeks. They retreated one after another. Tyrant Fire, Mountain Burning Fist. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Luo Dahai used the strongest move of the Tyrant Body Scripture. Does he want Li Daocheng's life? Lu Ming stared and said, No. Xiao Shima cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. Luo Dahai's fist was burning with raging fire. He punched towards Li Daocheng's face. The distance between the two was less than a meter. Ah! Many timid girls in the crowd exclaimed. They covered their faces with their hands and didn't dare to watch anymore. Whoosh! A silver light flashed. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. Waves of air rolled. Luo Dahai's huge body flew back like a cannonball. The army used to punch exploded. It didn't look like a human anymore. Blood spurted out. Luo Dahai smashed heavily on the edge of the arena. He almost fell out. Silence. The whole square of Xiansong University was terrifyingly quiet. It was as silent as the desolate interstellar space. Everyone stared at Li Daochong, who hadn't moved a single step. The only difference was that Li Daochong had a knife in his hand. This was the first time they had seen Li Daochong use a weapon since the preliminaries. A few seconds of silence. A small number of people came back to their senses. However, the surprise on their faces didn't lessen. Knife? Why does he have a knife? Chapter 134. Everyone in the mysterious firmament square was stunned as they looked at Li Daochong, who had not moved a single step from the beginning. One blow. Only one blow. Luo Dahai was sent flying. How could it be? How'd he do it? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many VIPs in the VIP seats suddenly stood up. They were the only ones who could see some clues. Xiao Shima covered her mouth and looked at Li Daochong in the arena with hazy eyes. The figure that used to be so close to her had become so mysterious and unattainable at this moment. Sister, we are not dreaming, are we? Brother-in-law is so powerful. Xiao Shima stammered. In shock, she called Li Daochong brother-in-law again. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others were stunned and speechless. As Li Daochong's deskmate, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. This guy, when did he become so strong? Lu Feng muttered to himself subconsciously. The moment Li Daochong drew his saber, Gu Chao's eyes shone brightly. His face looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The apple in Orson's hand fell to the ground. He had always thought that Li Daochong's most powerful weapon was his fists. Only now did he realize that it was the saber. Brother-son, Li Daochong did not use his full strength when he fought with you on the ghost hunting star, Helian Xiaoi said, tilting her head. She looked at Li Daochong with surprise in her eyes. How many trump cards does this guy have? Orson thought that he had seen through Li Daochong, but he found that what he knew was only the tip of the iceberg. Interesting guy. Okikin's eyes were burning, and the blood in his body was boiling. Yi Feiyue rubbed her eyes and looked at the arena again. Luo Dahai was still lying on the ground, covered in blood. Her eyes were not deceiving her. She knew that Li Daochong was very powerful, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. Luo Dahai's defense and abnormal physique were like an iron bastion in the eyes of others. They felt that he could not be broken no matter how hard they hit him. However, Li Daochong beat Luo Dahai to the ground with only one move. Monster! Yi Feiyue couldn't help but spit out these two words. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced that she had chosen to admit defeat when facing Li Daochong. Otherwise, she would have only brought disgrace upon herself. More importantly, she didn't have any bad blood with Li Daochong, so it was unwise to make an enemy out of such a monster. Thinking of this, Yi Feiyue inadvertently glanced at Zhang Honglai, who was surrounded by a group of rich young masters from the Green Wolf Society. At this moment, Zhang Honglia's expression was extremely gloomy. Not long ago, Li Daochong was just an ant that could be easily trampled to death in his eyes. He could do whatever he wanted with him. In the short span of a few months, this ant had become an eagle in the blink of an eye, and the speed of his growth was astounding. If Zhang Honglai hadn't taken Qiu Xiong's elixir and raised his cultivation to the Qi-gathering realm, he would have been scared out of his wits by Li Daochong's strength. Young Master Zhang, what kind of sorcery did Li Daochong use that even Luo Dahai couldn't take one move from him? A rich young master said in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, a rich young master next to him said in surprise, "Look, Luo." Dahai stood up. In the ring, Luo Dahai stood up shakily and muttered, "Unforgivable, unforgivable, Luo Dahai is going crazy." Someone in the group of students said. However, as soon as that person finished speaking, bang, 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 more than 10 places on Luo Dahai's body suddenly burst open. Blood gushed out, and the huge body that had just stood up collapsed with a loud bang. Dong! Luo Dahai once again fell on the ring. This time, even his breathing became extremely weak, and he no longer had the strength to stand up. In the stands, the three principals were also shocked. Just how powerful was Li Daocheng's attack just now? Only building foundation stage cultivators like them could understand. Yu Boming's fat body suddenly stood up from his chair. His small round eyes stared. Principal Xie, if I'm not mistaken, the move Li Daocheng used just now was the 9-split saber technique that you gave as a reward during the final exam. After Li Daocheng used his saber, Xie Changjing had been in a state of absent-mindedness. The 9-split saber technique was given by him, so how could he not see what move Li Daocheng used? However, what made Xie Changjing unable to believe was that Li Daocheng had already practiced the 9-split saber technique to this extent. It had only been a few months. How could it be possible? Xie Changjing didn't practice the 9-split saber technique, but he had studied this earth-level cultivation technique before. Without more than 10 years, it was absolutely impossible to grasp the subtleties of this technique. However, Li Daocheng had already grasped it. Deputy Director Yu, the move Li Daocheng used just now was one of the 3 most difficult moves to master in the 9-split saber technique, the invincible saber technique. Xie Changjing paused for a moment before replying. To be able to practice an earth-level cultivation technique to this extent in such a short period of time at the refinement stage, Li Daocheng is truly a monster. How come I've never heard of him before? Yu Boming asked curiously. As he spoke, he looked at Yuan Longji. Li Daocheng was a student of Vast Heaven University. Whether or not he had been discovered, naturally, he would have to ask Yuan Longji. Yuan Longji's face was full of confusion. Even if he racked his brains, he would never have thought that Li Daocheng would be so strong that he could instantly kill one of the most popular candidates in this tournament, Luo Dehai. Yuan Longji's palms were covered in cold sweat when he thought of all the difficulties he had faced. That move just now was something that even Battlesword Augustine might not be able to do. If Li Daocheng's previous performance was the only reason why he was suppressed, no one would care about it. However, the potential he had now displayed was already comparable to Gu Chao and Ao Kachuan. Not to mention a mere Vast Heaven University. Even the entire 4-ring-star region would have to pay attention to such a talent. As the head of a school, Yuan Longji was blind not to have discovered such a talent. If he was found guilty, not to mention being promoted, it would be good enough if he wasn't demoted. When Yuan Longji saw Yu Boming looking at him with a trace of reproach, cold sweat appeared on the back of his head. He hurriedly said, "Deputy Head Yu, Li Daocheng has always been the focus of our school's training. Teacher Chu Qianyue personally accompanied him in training, and the Cultivation Academy's vice dean, Qian Changhai, supervised him. It's all my fault for not reporting in time. I really shouldn't have done that." Yu Boming withdrew his gaze and accepted Yuan Longji's explanation. He said, "From now on, Li Daocheng will be classified as the focus of our training. After the tournament, he will be awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant and enjoy the treatment of a sergeant. He will also be given a position to cultivate and study." Yes, Yuan Longji didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly accepted the order. Some people were shocked, while others were worried. Zhang Jintian sat in the VIP seats, trembling slightly. He no longer had the slightest thought of dealing with Li Daocheng. That was because even if he himself had gone up against Li Daocheng's attack just now, it would be enough to make him suffer. Even if he could withstand it, he would have to go all out. Li Daocheng had now entered a whole new level and wasn't someone the Zhang family could deal with. If they continued to be enemies, the Zhang family would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was just that Zhang Jintian was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Qiu Xiong had something on him, so the development of the situation wasn't up to him to decide. Zhang Jintian's intestines turned green with regret. His heart was stifled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The corner of Qiu Xiong's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing the son of his enemy grow to this extent was a nightmare for him. Chapter 135. The referee was stunned for half a minute before regaining his senses. He looked at Luo Dehai and confirmed that he had only fainted before announcing in a trembling voice, "Li Daocheng wins." Only then did everyone come back to their senses. The rainbow saber in Li Daocheng's hand disappeared in a flash. He put it into his storage bag and turned to leave the stage. Li Daochong turned a blind eye to the crowd's shock. Defeating Luo Dahai was nothing to be proud of. His targets were Gu Chao and Okikin. In fact, Orson was also one of Li Daochong's most important opponents. However, that kid had lost a bet with Li Daochong. If they were to meet, Orson would have to admit defeat regardless of his strength. It would be best if he could win without a fight. It would save him time and effort. Why not? Li Daochong walked off the stage, and the students gathered around the ring automatically opened up a path for him. Everyone looked at him with a different gaze than before. Li Daochong was a little unaccustomed to the respectful gazes directed at him from the surroundings. He walked out of the crowd on his own accord. Luo Dahai's words to Li Daochong were like a clown dancing in front of a sleeping lion. The lion was just too lazy to respond. As long as the lion made a move, the clown wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. For a moment, many girls in the student group looked at Li Daochong with admiration. There were even a few infatuated girls who started to become infatuated. Don't you think that Li Daochong is actually very handsome? He's more than handsome. He's also very cool. Qian, you're very close to Li Daochong. Do you have his spiritual internet messenger account? A girl ran up to Ouyang Qian and asked for Li Daochong's contact information. Xiao Shima's surging thoughts couldn't calm down for a long time. A faint sense of regret spread in her heart. Back then, he had actually looked down on Li Daochong. Now, it seemed that he had been a huge joke. Sister, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and talk to Li Daochong. He's the only one who can save the Qiao family now. Xiao Xinyo nudged Xiao Shima, who was in a daze. Xiao Shima smiled bitterly. How could I have the face to look for him? No one can help us except for him. Grandma is detained on planet Crimson Sun, and our family's funds have been frozen. That bastard of a father sold off all our family assets. The Xiao family on planet Crimson Sun has given us an ultimatum. They want us to go to planet Crimson Sun within a month. Otherwise, they will report us to the Federal Security Bureau and accuse us of selling immortal herbs. The evidence of immortal herbs being found on our family's transport shuttle is conclusive. Once the Xiao family takes action, we're done for. Selling immortal herbs is a serious crime. It's enough for our entire family to die 3 times over. Xiao Shima bit her lower lip until it turned purple. Her face was pale and bloodless. She found it hard to speak when she thought about what had happened to her family. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Shima finally walked towards Li Daochong. Li Daochong sat alone under a tree at the edge of the square. He leaned against the tree and closed his eyes to rest, quietly waiting for the next round to begin. Xiao Shima walked up to Li Daochong, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She wanted to speak, but couldn't. What's the matter? Li Daochong suddenly asked with his eyes closed. His voice was very calm. Xiao Shima didn't expect Li Daochong to know that she was coming. She mustered her courage and said, yes, that. Xiao Shima couldn't bring herself to say it. She felt like a snob. She came looking for someone when she needed help, but acted as if they didn't know each other. Li Daochong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Shima. A light smile appeared on his face. He patted the grass beside him and said pleasantly, if you don't mind the dirt on the ground, let's sit down and talk. Okay. Xiao Shima didn't know why, but she immediately agreed. She felt a little happy. She sat down next to Li Daochong. Xiao Shima also leaned against the tree. The nervousness in her heart lessened. She thought that Li Daochong would ignore her. After all, she didn't treat him very well in the beginning. Although her nervousness had lessened, Xiao Shima still couldn't speak. Li Daochong turned to look at the worried Xiao Shima. He smiled and said, Shima, you don't have to be polite with me. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be an outsider. In any case, we have known each other since we were young. We even had a wedding. Although it was a fake marriage, we were still husband and wife. Being able to hold a wedding together can be considered a kind of fate. You weren't so hesitant when you were with me. Li Daochong didn't have any ill feelings towards Xiao Shima. Instead, he felt some sympathy. She had used him because she had no choice. A girl who carried the burden of her entire family could only do so much. Li Daochong didn't really care about the fake marriage. Everyone just took what they needed. Xiao Shima spat out a word but couldn't continue. The more Li Daochong acted like this, the more difficult it was for her to speak. She felt more and more like a snob. Now that he was powerful, she immediately came to him. I used you when you were down. Don't you hate me? Xiao Shima's face was full of worry. She sighed in her heart. She still couldn't say it, so she changed the topic. Why would I hate you? Didn't you pay for it? At the time, I was kicked out of the Li family and was short on money. We just took what we needed, Li Daochong replied with a smile. I'm sorry. Xiao Shima lowered her head and whispered. Li Daochong's indifference made her feel ashamed. He didn't take it seriously at all. She thought that he was holding a grudge against her, and that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. There's nothing to be sorry about. You didn't force me. I did it willingly. All right, why don't you tell me why you're looking for me? Li Daochong shrugged and continued to ask. His calm brows furrowed slightly. Li Daochong was slightly dissatisfied with Xiao Shima's hesitant attitude. Sensing the subtle change in Li Daochong's attitude, Xiao Shima finally came to a decision. The immortal herb was found on our family's transport shuttle. My grandmother was detained on planet Crimson Sunday. We were framed. I don't seem to be of much help in this matter. Li Daochong looked at Xiao Shima with a strange expression. Li Daochong knew that his status would change drastically after the hegemony tournament. With his own strength, he could help Xiao Shima with her family's business. However, things were different when it came to selling immortal herbs. It was an extremely serious crime in the Federation. A small family like the Qiao family naturally wouldn't touch something like immortal herbs. Even if they were framed, the Qiao family would never do such a thing. Li Daochong was not a special police officer of the Security Bureau. He didn't have the authority to investigate and collect evidence, let alone on Planet Crimson Sunday. Daochong, I know that the siblings have a special relationship with you. I asked them for help before, but they said that they might not be able to help me in this matter. My relationship with Ansinuo hasn't reached that level yet. If you ask them, maybe the family will help. Xiao Shima looked at Li Daochong earnestly. Li Daochong suddenly understood. If Xiao Shima hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that the family was on Planet Crimson Sunday. Next match, Li Daochong versus Orson. Chapter 136. The third round of matches didn't last as long as expected. After Li Daochong's stunning display of defeating Luo Dahai in an instant subsided, the following matches were all expected. It was just that the public had guessed the results correctly and guessed the process incorrectly. It could be said that every match was extremely boring and tasteless. Okachuan against Lu Ming, who admitted defeat without even stepping onto the arena. Orson and Duan Yao fought for more than 10 rounds, but unfortunately, Duan Yao's strength had been severely overestimated, and in the end, Orson punched him out of the arena. These two matches should have been the focus of attention, but because of Lu Ming's shamelessness and Duan Yao's mediocrity, they had become dull. Only Li Daochong's fierce reversal against Luo Dahai left everyone with a rich aftertaste. Although this match had also ended very quickly, Li Daochong had again and again surprised everyone with his unimaginable display of strength. At the same time, it had left people flabbergasted and inadvertently brought them to a climax without any preparation. That feeling had been as comfortable as it could be. After the third round, Li Tianyao withdrew from the championship due to a mental breakdown. Thus, there were still 18 students left. 3 of them hadn't won a single match in the first 3 rounds and were directly eliminated. By now, the top 15 had all been decided, and the 4th round began to compete for rankings and rewards. From the 4th round onwards, the spiritual brain returned to drawing lots. 14 people had 7 matches, and 1 person had a bye. This time, the lucky one was Yi Feiyue. Li Daochong had become the biggest dark horse in this championship, and the most dazzling star among the students. However, the forces that were hostile to Li Daochong felt an unparalleled pressure. Zhang Jintian wanted to withdraw, but he had no choice. Under Qiu Xiong's instructions, he gritted his teeth and fought like a cornered beast. Either way, he was going to die. Zhang Jintian had no choice but to continue having Tian Bo and Lian Bin tamper with the drawing of lots. Li Daochong had already entered the top 15 and qualified for the joint examination of 100 schools, so it was already impossible to stop him. The only thing he could do now was to prevent Li Daochong from getting too high of a ranking. However, the strength he had displayed was already unstoppable. Other than Gu Chao and the house of Oku Gemini, Zhang Jintian couldn't think of anyone else who could stop Li Daochong's advancement. In other words, no matter how they obstructed it, Li Daochong was almost certain to be in the top 5. Qiu Xiong wanted to let Zhang Honglai fight against Li Daochong in the next round, but Zhang Jintian strongly opposed it. In Zhang Jintian's eyes, Li Daochong had become unpredictable. Even if his son Zhang Honglai had reached the Qi gathering realm, he did not think that he would be able to defeat Li Daochong. Zhang Jintian didn't dare disobey Qiu Xiong, but he also didn't want his son to be used as a tool. Even if he had to face Li Daochong in the end, he had to at least make Zhang Honglia's ranking rise a few places. In the end, at Zhang Jintian's insistence, Qiu Xiong agreed to his choice and let Orson and Li Daochong fight in the next round. Orson's strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to Luo Dahai. He was on another level. Qiu Xiong also wanted to see where Li Daochong's limit was. If Orson could defeat Li Daochong, then he would have a few more treasures. In that case, if he gave Zhang Honglai 1 or 2 Dharma treasures, he should be able to kill Li Daochong. But if Orson couldn't stop Li Daochong, then Qiu Xiong would have to make other plans. He was afraid that Zhang Honglai wouldn't be his opponent. The level of cultivation could determine the level of strength of both sides to a certain extent, but it wasn't absolute. A peak Qi refining stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to defeat an early Qi gathering stage cultivator. Although this was a small probability event, but those with outstanding talent could usually win against those with higher cultivation levels. With Li Daochong's current strength, it might not be impossible for him to win against those with higher cultivation levels. Qiu Xiong's original wishful thinking was useless in the face of absolute strength. In the past, he couldn't deal with Li Tianyang. Now, facing his son, it seemed that he would also be defeated. Qiu Xiong didn't even put Li Daochong in his eyes, but now this 19-year-old junior gave him an incomparably huge pressure. He seemed to have seen the Li Tianyang from 20 years ago. I can't let that kid grow up. I definitely can't. Qiu Xiong's withered old hands clenched into fists. Orson against Li Daochong. The referee's announcement made all the students excited. The two experts, the real experts, were finally going to meet. This battle was bound to be very exciting. The spectators from the other 2 rings all gathered in the second ring. No one wanted to miss this real peak showdown. Hearing the sound, Li Daochong, who was sitting under the tree, curled his lips and smiled at Xiao Shima. Shima, I will contact the siblings and ask them to help. Don't worry, as long as your Qiao family didn't do anything wrong, nothing will happen. I'll go to the competition first. Qiao Shima's delicate face, which had been faintly worried, relaxed slightly. And Daochong, you can do it. Okay, you can do it too. It's not good to be frowning all the time. Li Daochong stood up and patted Qiao Shima's shoulder before walking towards the ring. Qiao Shima's face flushed red as she stared blankly at the shoulder that Li Daochong had patted. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of dependence. Li Daochong walked up to the ring and looked at Orson, who was chewing on an apple, with interest. The latter covered his eyes with his hand and looked at the sky, avoiding Li Daochong's gaze. The battle begins, the referee announced. Everyone in the audience held their breaths. Quick, quick, quick. Stand further away. When these 2 freaks fight, I'm afraid the aftermath will send those with low cultivation flying, a student said nervously. I'm so nervous. What kind of battle will it be? In the stands, the deacons and elders of the AO clan who had come to watch the competition all had smiles on their faces, as if they had a card up their sleeve. No matter what kind of strength Li Daochong had displayed before, it was nothing in the eyes of the people from the House of Oku. Only the people from the House of Oku knew how freakish Orson was. If this kid hadn't been so playful and didn't put enough effort into his cultivation, the number one of the younger generation in the House of Oka wouldn't have been Ao Kachuan, but Orson. In terms of talent, Ao Kachuan wasn't as good as Orson, but Ao Kachuan's masochistic cultivation method was something that Orson couldn't do. This was also why Orson's talent was astonishing, but his strength was still a bit lacking compared to Ao Kachuan's. Ao Hamlin was the chief deacon of the House of Oku, as well as Ao Kachuan and Orson's second uncle. He was at the peak of the Chi-gathering realm, and a group of people from the House of Oku sat in the stands with him as their leader. Other than the Ghoul family, the others weren't worth mentioning in the eyes of the House of Oku. Gu Shiokai was the leader sent by the Ghoul family to watch the hegemony tournament. He was the general manager of the Gu group's transportation department. Brother Hamlin, in this hegemony tournament, the only ones who can compete with Gu Chao and the Gemini stars of the House of Oku are this Li Daochong and that Zhang Honglai. However, I think these two kids are still a bit lacking. The top three will be between Gu Chao, Orson, and Ao Kachuan, Gu Shiokai said with a smile and a proud look in his eyes. Chapter 137. Director Gu, Director Ao, with your family's disciples participating, the others have to step aside. Although Li Daochong's previous performance was not bad, he is still not on the same level as Orson, the Lien family's elder said with a fawning expression. Isn't that right? Li Daochong was most likely done by Li Tianyang behind his back. How could a brat like him be Orson's opponent? A woman wearing revealing clothes said sweetly. She was the manager of a family's public relations department. Recently, she had business dealings with both the Gu and Ao families. While speaking, she actually threw flirtatious glances at Gu Shiokai and Ao Hamlin. Miss Ding, can you not be so honest? Look, Orson is about to make a move, the Lien family's elder echoed. In the arena, Orson threw the apple away and the aura around his body suddenly rose. Li Daochong still had that calm expression, but there was a faint smile hanging on his lips. The battle was about to start. Everyone stretched their necks and opened their eyes wide to look at the two, afraid to miss any details. The air in the arena seemed to have frozen. Tension spread everywhere. Many students' bladder contracted, and under the stimulation of tension, the urge to pee would always appear inadvertently. Little Lee, today's weather is good, Orson suddenly said. Weather is good? The students below the arena thought that they had misheard. Orson had been accumulating power for half a day just to say this sentence. Yes, the weather is good, Li Daochong replied with a smile. Why are we fighting in such good weather? Orson grinned. What do you think? Li Daochong put on a very bored expression and asked. The elders in the VIP seats all looked at each other in dismay. What the hell were these two fellows doing? Chatting idly in the arena? I don't know. Forget it, the weather is so good. I don't want to fight. I admit defeat, Orson said bluntly. Nanny? Everyone in the arena heard Orson's words and their jaws dropped to the ground. Admit defeat? Are you King kidding me? If Li Daochong admitted defeat, they could still accept it. But why did Orson admit defeat? What was wrong with this world? What kind of evil aura was hidden in Li Daochong's body? Why was it that whenever it was his turn to go on stage, the tables would turn, and each time it was worse than the last? You've already taken off your pants, and this is all you're showing me? Thank you. Li Daochong smiled. On the stage, the two of them spoke one after another. They were so harmonious that they were like a couple who had been in love for decades. Everything could be discussed. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to be hit. Who else could do anything about it? After finishing their discussion, the two of them turned around at the same time and walked off the stage in opposite directions. The referee was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do. Who should he declare the winner? Young Master Ao, what should I announce? When Orson walked down the arena, the referee's face was covered in sweat as he carefully asked, I admit defeat, didn't you hear me? Orson replied, casually, before jumping off the arena and walking towards the corner of the square without looking back. Li Daochong wins. The referee announced with a trembling voice. In the VIP seats, several families were gathered around the Gu family and House of Oku, flattering them and praising how powerful Gu Chao, Orson, and Oku-kun were. Gu Shiokai and A.O. Hamlin were pleased with themselves as they enjoyed the flattery of various families. At this moment, a group of people were watching everything that happened in the arena with a shocked expression. When the referee announced Li Daocheng's victory, A.O. Hamlin's face turned green. A.O. Hamlin was so angry that his face turned green. When he saw his nephew Orson walk down the stage after admitting defeat, he couldn't help but want to grab this kid and beat him up. If Orson was defeated by Li Daocheng, A.O. Hamlin would feel better. However, Orson didn't even fight and he admitted defeat. What kind of situation was this? It wasn't possible to say that Orson was afraid. A.O. Hamlin knew this fearless nephew too well. When this kid was 5 years old, he ran out of Tianyuan City with a few other children from House of Oku. In the end, they met a hyena. Fortunately, it was a hyena cub. The 7 or 8 children were scared out of their wits and only knew how to cry. The 5-year-old Orson actually picked up a stone and chased after the hyena cub. He ran back with a group of children and didn't even know that he was injured. Orson might not be able to defeat others, but A.O. Hamlin didn't believe that he was afraid of anyone. No one in House of Oka would believe that, not even those card slaves. However, such an audacious kid actually admitted defeat when facing Li Daocheng. Admitting defeat was one thing, but he actually smiled and said the words "admit defeat." A.O. Hamlin felt that he had lost all face. The families around A.O. Hamlin were even more dumbfounded. Even Gu Shiokai couldn't react. Li Daocheng once again became the focus of the crowd. However, this time, he didn't even move a finger. However, the commotion and shock this time wasn't any less than that of Luo Dahai being crippled in one move. In some groups, it was even more impressive. The beautiful eyes of Qiao Shima and Qiao Zimuo were a little dull. They were still worried about Li Daocheng. After all, Orson was one of the geniuses recognized by the entire Blue Bay Star. No matter how strong Luo Dahai was, compared to Orson, they weren't on the same level. However, when the two sisters were holding hands and were about to die from nervousness, Orson looked at Li Daocheng with a smile and admitted defeat. "Brother son, how can you admit defeat without any self-respect?" Helian Xiaoi asked incredulously as she watched Orson walk down the stage. Orson took out an apple and ate it indifferently. He said, "I don't want to fight. No one can stop me." "Okay," Helian Xiaoi said helplessly. Li Daocheng didn't find a place to rest this time. Instead, he went to ring 3. When he and Orson walked down the stage, most of the audience gathered here. This match was between Gu Chao and Wu Yu. Li Daocheng knew very little about Gu Chao. This secret skill master was known to surpass the combat sword, and his means were ever-changing. "Brother." Li Daocheng just stood in an area with fewer people when he heard a crisp call from behind. He turned around and saw Li Qingyao, surrounded by a group of students, walking towards him. Li Daocheng knew most of the students behind Li Qingyao. Lu Ming, Lu Feng, Sid Alan, Ouyang Qian were among them. He also saw Hua Shaoling. The rest were all girls he didn't know. Since Li Tianyang's accident, Li Qingyao hadn't experienced the feeling of being surrounded by people. At this moment, because of Li Daocheng's amazing performance in the hegemony tournament, she once again tasted the feeling of being in the center of attention. After Li Daocheng crippled Luo Dahai, the group of people behind her had automatically gathered around her. Other than Lu Ming and a few others who were originally with her, Li Qingyao did not notice when the other 5 or 6 girls had gathered around her. As soon as these girls came over, they asked all kinds of questions about Li Daocheng. Li Qingyao felt helpless, but she couldn't drive them away. Hua Shaoling, in particular, praised Li Daocheng to the sky and even exaggerated the things that happened on the ghost hunting planet. Li Qingyao remembered that her brother had never seen this girl on the ghost hunting planet. "Daocheng, congratulations on winning all 4 rounds. I almost don't recognize you." Lu Feng was the first to stand up and congratulate him. However, when he looked at Li Daocheng, the sense of familiarity in his eyes had lessened a lot. There was even a little fear in his eyes. "Madman, don't say that. What's there to not recognize? I'll always be your desk mate. Li Daochong smiled gently and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. The barrier in Lu Feng's heart, due to Li Daochong's strength becoming stronger, disappeared after Li Daochong said those words. Chapter 138. Daochong, just how did you cultivate? Even Luo Dahai couldn't block a single move from you? Lu Feng asked while grabbing his head and looking at Li Daochong with an envious expression. As soon as these words came out, the others all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear how Li Daochong would reply. Even Lu Ming and Sida Lan, the two students of the superclass, were very curious. Li Daochong, in less than half a year, had gone from a trash that everyone thought had exhausted his spirit vein to a genius that could compete with Gu Chao and Ao Kichuan. This cultivation speed was too unimaginable. Cultivation is nothing more than hard work and resources. There is no other way, Li Daochong replied indifferently. When the others heard this, their faces were filled with disappointment. This kind of answer was too official. But Daochong, I'm also very hardworking, but my cultivation speed is still very slow, Lu Feng replied with a disappointed expression. Here, this is a bottle of primary spirit gathering liquid. It will be helpful for your cultivation. Li Daochong immediately took out a bottle of primary spirit gathering liquid and handed it to Lu Feng in front of everyone. The eyes of the girls lit up. They didn't expect that not only was Li Daochong handsome and strong, but he was also so generous. He casually gave out a bottle of primary spirit gathering liquid. It had to be known that this thing cost over 100,000 yuan per bottle. Lu Feng's hands trembled as he received the bottle of primary spirit gathering liquid from Li Daochong. To him, primary spirit gathering liquid only existed in his imagination. He would only listen to the disciples of large clans talk about it. He probably wouldn't even be able to use a bottle in his lifetime. Daochong, I don't know how to thank you, Lu Feng said emotionally. If you want to thank me, then cultivate properly. When you reach the 7th layer of qi refining, I will give you something else. If you can't, then forget it. Li Daochong's expression didn't change much, but his words were actually a request to Lu Feng. Okay, I will definitely work hard. Daochong, I also want to quickly improve like you, Lu Feng said while clenching his fists. That's right. Li Daochong's indifferent expression finally revealed a trace of a smile. The conversation between Li Daochong and Lu Feng seemed ordinary, but for some reason, the hearts of the students who had gathered around surged with excitement. They wished they could find a training room to train right now. Even Lu Ming and Sida Lan were tempted to move. Sida Lan had looked down on Li Daochong and even loathed him. Even after Li Daochong had displayed his extraordinary strength, Sida Lan was still not very interested in him. But at this moment, when she heard the conversation between Li Daochong and Lu Feng, her cold face actually showed a trace of emotion. Then, with Lu Ming taking the lead, the others all congratulated Li Daochong. A few girls even took the initiative to extend their hands to shake Li Daochong's hand. Out of politeness, Li Daochong did not reject their kindness. But two girls were infatuated with Li Daochong's hand and refused to let go. If Li Qingyao had not stepped forward to glare at the two girls and reached out to push their hand away, they might have already grabbed Li Daochong's hand and refused to let go. This scene was seen by Qiao Sinuo from afar. She stomped her feet anxiously and said, "Sister, why are you holding me back? I want to teach those sluts a lesson." If Qiao Shima had not held her back, the girl would have rushed out to beat them up. Qiao Shima hurriedly covered Qiao Sinuo's mouth and said, "Little girl, keep your voice down. Sister, how can you bear it? Those sluts are flirting with each other. Who are they trying to impress?" Qiao Sinuo wanted to bite someone. "It's none of your business. Stop it," Qiao Shima scolded in a low voice. Seeing Li Daochong surrounded by a few girls, she did not seem to care, but there was an inexplicable awkwardness in her heart. On the other side of the audience, Li Daochong naturally did not know the conversation between the Qiao sisters. He did not feel much about the girls who threw themselves at him. Out of politeness, he did not show too much rejection, but after a few words of greeting, he stopped talking to them. Lu Ming saw that Li Daochong did not seem to be particularly interested in women, so he stepped forward and pulled him aside. Dao Chong, beautiful girls like you. Why do you keep them at arm's length? They are just trying to please you. Even if something happens between the two of you, they will not pester you in the future. Of course, they wouldn't dare. They just hope that when you become successful in the future, you can take care of them a little. For you, there is nothing wrong with relaxing, relieving stress, and enjoying life. How could Li Daochong not know what Lu Ming was talking about? However, in his opinion, this kind of thing was meaningless. It was not that Li Daochong was not interested in women, but if he did not have feelings for them, then there would be no distracting thoughts. If there was one that he liked, he would naturally not reject it. If not, then there was no need to have too much contact. In Li Daochong's opinion, it was completely unnecessary to waste his feelings. He could have lust, but it had to be mutual love. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a straw dog? Whether it was a feces machine or a straw dog, Li Daochong would not be a human. Since he was a human, he naturally wanted to be a human with flesh and blood. Li Daochong sniffed and looked at Lu Ming, who had a hint of lust in his eyes, and said, "Forget it." Lu Ming shook his head. "You little brat, you really don't know how to enjoy life. If I were you, I would leave behind a number of the prettiest girl right now. Once the competition is over, we'll go to the nightclubs and bars to party." "Ha ha." Sidu Lan heard the conversation between the two and rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, do you want me to tell your mom what you just said? Let's see how she reacts after hearing it." Lu Ming subconsciously shrunk his head and laughed. "Sister Lan, you're my close friend. I believe you won't betray me." Sidu Lan said unhappily, "That depends on what it is." Lu Ming raised his hands in surrender. "You're good. I'll shut up." Li Daochong looked at the number 3 of the superclass. Panken, Panken, Chin Songyururu, Ao Fei, Bo, Gu Sheath Parrot Nuo Bed, Liv Kong Male Model, Bo Fong, Umbrella. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Watch the competition. Watch the competition." "Sister Lan, why are you looking at me?" "Watch the competition." Sidu Lan glared at Lu Ming before turning to look at the arena. Gu Chao stood in the middle of the arena in a white robe with his hands behind his back. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was the only one among all the students who specialized in Taoist techniques. He looked like an immortal. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Facing Gu Chao, she couldn't decide in her heart whether to fight or not. She definitely couldn't beat him, but she was unwilling to admit defeat without fighting. The battle begins. The referee ordered. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Wu Yu held a silver snake sword in her hand. With a sound, she moved. Using the void flying steps, her beautiful figure flashed as she rushed towards Gu Chao. Gu Chao didn't move from his spot. He flicked 2 fingers and lightly shouted, "Break." There was a buzzing sound. In a flash, Wu Yu crashed into a wall and flew backwards with a bang. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Gu Chao immediately turned around and left the arena. Gu Chao wins. The referee immediately announced. Gu Chao's Taoist techniques are skillful. It's impossible to get close to him. Barrier techniques. Gu Chao can actually use barrier techniques as he pleases. Isn't this a secret technique that only Qi Gathering Realm cultivators can use? The students below the arena were shocked. The reason why no one learned magic in the early stages was because it required time to cast. Although the power was great, it was abnormally slow. In a battle, how could a battle cultivator give you so much time to cast? They would send you flying with a single punch. No matter how powerful your magic was, it was useless if you couldn't cast it. Chapter 139. Gu Chao walked down the ring and inadvertently glanced at Li Daochong, who was beside him. There was no fluctuation in Li Daochong's eyes, but there seemed to be a fierce collision of sparks in the air between them. Gu Chao's lips curled up slightly, and a few of the Gu clan's followers went up to him and escorted him to an empty space in the crowd. "Daochong, how confident are you in facing Gu Chao?" Lu Ming asked casually. "I don't know," Li Daochong said honestly. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had seen Gu Chao fight. He had also observed Gu Chao in the semifinals. However, Watching Gu Chao fight wasn't very useful. The spells he used every time were different, and all of them were instant kills. In the early stages, Gu Chao's methods were very similar to Li Daocheng's. They didn't make much of a move before their opponents fell. However, Li Daocheng used telekinesis attacks, while Gu Chao used all kinds of spells. Gu Chao was even more mysterious than Li Daocheng, or at least that was what the latter thought. Daocheng, don't lie to me. How can I not know? Others might not know, but don't you know? Lu Ming didn't believe him. Cultivation techniques versus spells, which one is stronger? Li Daocheng asked. This. Lu Ming hesitated and replied, it's hard to say. Talismans versus spells, which one is stronger? Li Daocheng continued to ask. It's hard to say. Telekinesis attacks versus spells, which one is weaker? Li Daocheng asked again. It's hard to say. Lu Ming didn't even think about it this time. So, Li Daocheng shrugged. Lu Ming's eyes turned into two little black dots as he looked at Li Daocheng. His nose was running. Big brother, you're so wise. I understand. You just want to prove that you didn't lie to me. Li Daocheng nodded. It's good that you understand. Watch the match. Ao Kikin is going up. As he spoke, the ground shook slightly, as if there was a small earthquake. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy footsteps sounded like the attack of a giant. In the direction of the first arena, Ao Kachuan took out his weapon for the first time. It was a 3-meter-long and thick stick. Under everyone's gaze, he carried it on his shoulder and walked towards the arena step by step. Wherever it passed, a group of students would fall. Just the tremors of the ground would cause those with insufficient cultivation to lose their footing and stumble to the ground. In this match, Ao Kachuan's opponent was a wild-card contestant from Red Sun Star. Like Hellion Xiaoi, he had obtained the qualifications to participate through the Blue Bay Star Education Department. This student's name was Liang Yuzhou. He had always kept a low profile and was very inconspicuous. He had stumbled his way through the competition. In the semifinals, he faced a student from the Vast Heaven Superclass and fought for a full 9 minutes. In the end, both of them were exhausted. In the end, Liang Yuzhou relied on his willpower to stand and win. Liang Yuzhou did not encounter any of the top 10 opponents. His luck was not bad. The few students who paid attention to him were very envious of Liang Yuzhou's luck. They felt that if they had encountered Liang Yuzhou's opponents during the competition, they might have been able to enter the top 15 and obtain the qualifications to participate in the 100 schools joint examination. At this moment, none of the students understood why Ao Kachuan would be so high profile when facing such a weak opponent. It had to be known that Ao Kachuan had not taken out his giant stick from the beginning to the end because no opponent was worthy of it. Originally, Ao Kachuan had to be serious when facing Lu Ming, but that kid had actually admitted defeat without even entering the arena. Ao Kachuan had won without a fight, so he naturally did not need to take out his giant stick. As he approached the arena, Ao Kachuan stomped his foot, carrying the giant stick that was as heavy as Mount Tai. He leapt over 10 meters. With a boom, he landed on the arena. His landing spot caved in deeply, and the surrounding area cracked. Air billowed and dust rose. Why did Ao Kachuan take out his undercarriage? If he was facing anyone in the top 10, it would be understandable, but his opponent this time is only Liang Yuzhou. Is there a need to do that? A student asked in confusion. Yeah, this Liang Yuzhou has not performed well at all. His strength is barely at the level of an elite class. Why does Ao Kachuan value him so much? Using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A student looked at Liang Yuzhou sympathetically. Li Daocheng only found the discussion around him funny. These guys only knew how to look at the surface and did not know anything else. Other than Gu Chao, Liang Yuzhou was the person Li Daocheng could not see through the most. Even though Zhan Honglai had displayed an unparalleled strength since the semifinals, in Li Daocheng's eyes, this Liang Yuzhou was the one he had to be most careful of. Little Li, so you're here. What are you doing? Did you think that you had an unfair advantage in our match and were hiding from me? Orson was munching on an apple as he walked over from afar with Hellion Xiaoi. From afar, He looked at Li Daochong and shouted. The students automatically made way for him, afraid of provoking this fiend. Orson's fickleness was well known among the Blue Bay Star students. He would rather provoke the young master of the Ghoul family than Brother Orson of the House of Oku. The first half of this sentence was referring to Gu Chao, while the second half was referring to Orson. The former was reasonable and would not hit someone for no reason, but the latter was different. Everything depended on his mood. Reasoning it was a waste of time. If he was in a bad mood, he would hit you. If he was in a good mood, he would admit defeat even if he was in a good mood. Hiding from you? Is there a need? Li Daochong laughed. I believe you. If it was someone else who said this to me, I would go up and hit them. Orson swallowed the apple in his hand and said loudly. Hellion Xiaoi, who came with Orson, had a face full of apprehension. She slowed down her pace and put on an I don't know you attitude. Little Orson, why are you not enjoying the preferential treatment arranged for you at the House of Oku? What are you doing here? Lu Ming teased. Little Orson, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. I will go wherever I want. What do you do about it? Bite me if you don't like it. Orson looked at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. These two fellows seemed to be very familiar with each other. Li Daochong smiled playfully and looked at Lu Ming with more vigilance. If there was a third person in the competition that he could not see through, it would definitely be Lu Ming. This fellow's strength had always been a mystery. Li Daochong felt that Lu Ming had secrets when he first met him. Li Daochong would definitely not believe that Lu Ming did not have any backing since he dared to talk to Orson like this. As for what backing he had, it was a little thought-provoking. With Orson's character, just having power and influence would definitely be useless. Only those with bigger fists would have the leeway to speak in front of him. Otherwise, he would definitely beat you into a pulp. Could it be that these two buffoons had a private competition? Li Daochong's eyes were filled with curiosity. Little Li Daochong, what do you think of Liang Yuzhou's strength? Orson asked Li Daochong as he pushed Lu Ming away. He is worthy of your brother using a stick, Li Daochong said indifferently. Good eyesight, little Li Daochong. You are still the most knowledgeable. I like smart people like you. Ha! Orson reached out to pat Li Daochong's shoulder. The latter did not move, but his body moved absent-mindedly. Orson did not pat him. Is Liang Yuzhou that powerful? Sid Alon, who had been standing at the side, said in surprise. Chapter 140. Liang Yuzhou was actually one of the 4 geniuses of the Scarlet Sun planet. Ouyang Qian and Lu Feng, who were standing by the side, were shocked. They had seen 2 or 3 of Liang Yuzhou's matches. This guy's strength was at most at the bottom of the superclass. How could he be one of the 4 geniuses of the Scarlet Sun planet? It seemed like the younger generation of the Scarlet Sun planet was very limited. Li Daochong looked at Liang Yuzhou on the stage indifferently. This guy seemed to want to fight to the end no matter who he fought. There was a book in Xiansong University's library that introduced a very strange type of cultivator. They were strong when they met strong people and weak when they met weak people. Their spiritual veins had a magnetic field effect. The stronger the opponent's spiritual energy, the more explosive the spiritual energy they would release. If the opponent's spiritual energy was weak, they would also receive spiritual energy. The weaker the magnetic field, the less power they could release. A cultivator with this type of spiritual vein could be considered a weirdo in the cultivation world. Liang Yuzhou looked like a cultivator with this type of spiritual vein. As they were speaking, the referee had already given the signal to start. Dong Ka. A.O. Kichuan put down the giant rod on his shoulder. A small hole appeared on the stage made of steel and rock. A.O. Kichuan's giant rod weighed 1,380 pounds. Just the destructive power of the weight alone was enough to intimidate any cultivator below Qi refining stage level 8. However, this giant rod in A.O. Kichuan's hands seemed to be weightless. Only when he put it down did he feel the shocking weight of the giant rod. Liang Yuzhou's long, horse-like face showed a rare look of surprise. The magic treasure weapon he had always used was a very ordinary frost longsword with an ice attribute enhancement. At this moment, Liang Yuzhou did not take out his magic artifact. He stood there empty-handed. A.O. Kachuan looked at Liang Yujo and asked, "Student Liang, are you going to fight me empty-handed?" After the referee gave the signal to start, both sides could attack at any time. However, A.O. Kachuan did not want to take advantage of his opponent. Liang Yujo sniffed and replied, "Of course not. I'm not arrogant enough to fight you empty-handed." A.O. Kachuan laughed. "Then please take out your weapon." Liang Yujo nodded and didn't reply. He only felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to wait for A.O. Kachuan to attack him before taking out his weapon and attacking when he least expected it. He didn't expect A.O. Kachuan to be so straightforward. He didn't seem to have any intention of seizing the initiative and taking him down. This caused Liang Yujo's plan to be disrupted, and he lost one of his secret schemes. Liang Yujo didn't keep them in suspense. He reached out and took out a weapon from his storage ring. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The weapon that Liang Yujo took out was not the frost sword that he had used before, but a giant battle axe. The handle of the axe was 2 meters long, and the head of the axe was wide and double-sided. The grayish-silver surface of the axe was ferocious and terrifying, and the edge of the axe was incomparably sharp. It was dazzling to look at. Dong! Liang Yujo also placed his battle axe on ground. The heavy axe immediately created a crater in the arena, and the surroundings cracked. The weight of this battle axe was probably not any less than A.O. Kachuan's giant rod. The impression that Liang Yujo left in the previous matches was that he was a mediocre person with mediocre strength. That body that was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, didn't leave a deep impression on anyone. He was a person that wouldn't be conspicuous and would be easily overlooked. When Liang Yujo took out such a dazzling weapon, the huge contrast caused everyone's mouths to open wide and their faces to be filled with shock. Even Helian Xiaoi was shocked. She and Liang Yujo were both from the Scarlet Sun planet, but she had never seen Liang Yujo use such a heavy battle axe before. This kind of heavy mass killing low-grade weapon was the specialty of the ghost-slaying special forces. A single swing of the axe could turn 7 or 8 green ghouls in the front row into meat paste. Xiaoi, the information you provided isn't very accurate. Orson's mouth didn't stop chewing as he said in surprise. I also haven't seen him use a battle axe before. Helian Xiaoi had an innocent expression. Li Daocheng's face revealed an amused expression. This Liang Yujo really did amaze the world with a single brilliant feat on the stage. A hint of surprise also appeared in Okiken's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. He laughed and said, "Student Liang, then let's not waste any more time. Let's begin." "Please." Liang Yujo nodded. "You came from afar. You go first." Okiken held out his huge stick and said, "Humility is no substitute for obedience. Sorry for the offense." Liang Yujo didn't hold back and raised his axe. Who? With the huge battle axe in hand, Liang Yujo's figure flashed and appeared 3 meters in front of Okiken. Wong. The huge axe broke through the air. The huge and heavy battle axe was as light as a feather in Liang Yujo's hand. Without any fancy movements, the axe chopped down on Okiken. Bang! Okiken raised his huge stick with both hands and blocked the axe head-on. The axe chopped down on the huge stick and exploded with a loud sound. A wave of steam exploded. The students below the stage didn't have time to react and were scattered everywhere. A few lecturers saw that something was wrong and hurriedly raised their chi barriers. The shockwave from the two fellows' attack was terrifying even to the lecturers of the chi gathering stage. "Good strength," Okiken lightly shouted and pushed the huge stick in his hand forward. Liang Yujo took a step back and immediately chopped down with his axe. But Okiken was one step ahead and swept his huge stick at his waist. Liang Yujo's pupils shrunk. He didn't think that Okiken would be so quick and fierce. The huge stick in his hand didn't seem to be heavy at all. Liang Yujo didn't dare to be careless. He swept his huge axe horizontally. Dawn, he blocked it. But the huge force went through the handle of the axe and into the area between his thumb and forefinger, causing him to feel numb. Okiken let out a soft sound of surprise. He didn't think that Liang Yuzhou would be able to block his sweeping Heaven's Edge technique. Okikin spun the huge stick in his hand and circled it 360 degrees around his body. As if he was juggling, he swung the stick again. Liang Yuzhou's expression froze. Both of his hands held onto the handle of the axe. Gritting his teeth, he faced Okikin head-on. Pong, a muffled sound. Liang Yuzhou quickly retreated 4 to 5 steps. Okikin didn't move from his original position. The preferential treatment is over. Student Liang, you have to be careful. Okikin smirked. Liang Yuzhou's face was slightly pale. After receiving 2 heavy blows from Okikin, he looked like he couldn't take it anymore. The audience couldn't help but sweat for Liang Yuzhou. Okikin was Blue Bay Star's power king. With another blow, with Liang Yuzhou's current wobbly state, he would be completely destroyed. Pong, Okikin stomped on the ground. A deep hole appeared on the stage. His entire body shot out. The huge stick in his hand could split mountains and break seas. He swung it down. When Li Daochong saw Okikin use this move, he revealed a strange expression. Why was this guy like that monkey, using his stick to beat demons? Pong, dang, ka, dong, dong, dong. When everyone thought that Liang Yuzhou wouldn't be able to withstand it, he blocked Okikin's crazy attacks one after another. That wobbly body made people feel that he would be smashed to pieces by the huge stick at any time. However, he was able to barely block every blow and didn't fall. Okikin didn't seem to know fatigue. His opponent looked like he would fall at any time, but he just couldn't beat him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. The stage was full of holes and scars from the 2 heavy weapons. Liang Yuzhou's tenacity was simply unbelievable. At this moment, no one doubted his strength. To be able to withstand Okikin's attacks for more than 10 minutes, no one in the Blue Bay Star could do that. Chapter 141. Li Daochong suddenly spoke. Orson and Lu Ming both turned to look at Li Daochong, their gazes somewhat doubtful. They didn't see any signs of Liang Yuzhou counterattacking. He was clearly forced into a corner by Ao Kachuan and was in danger of falling off the stage. Just as the 2 of them turned to look at the stage, Liang Yuzhou's figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. That giant axe was still blocking Ao Kachuan's attack. What? Ao Kachuan was shocked. The audience below the stage exclaimed. Liang Yuzhou appeared behind Ao Kachuan with a frost sword in his hand and stabbed towards Ao Kachuan's back. Careful! Ao Hamlin suddenly stood up and shouted from the VIP seats. Ao Kachuan had never been in such a desperate situation before. All his opponents couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Occasionally, he would meet a strong opponent, but as long as he was serious, he would immediately destroy his opponent. Winning wasn't Ao Kachuan's goal, but a habit. After awakening his spiritual pulse at the age of 16, Ao Kachuan only met Gu Chao in high school, and the 2 fought to a draw. Since then, Ao Kachuan had never tasted defeat. Ao Kachuan had never looked down on Liang Yuzhou. From collecting information to observing his matches, Ao Kachuan attached great importance to him. This was also the reason why he took out his trump card from the start. Liang Yuzhou was worthy of him going all out. The process was just as he thought. Although his opponent looked weak, he was actually extremely tenacious. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't beat that guy who couldn't even stand properly. Ao Kachuan used all his strength to throw away the giant staff in his hand and tried to grab Liang Yuzhou's sword. However, the sword Qi carried an icy cold aura. Ao Kachuan's blood seemed to be frozen, and his movements were clearly slower than usual. Puchi! The sword pierced through Ao Kachuan's palm and into his right chest. Puff! Ao Kachuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Liang Yuzhou's hand trembled, and the former staggered back and fell off the stage. The entire audience was silent. Everyone's expression was solemn. Ao Kachuan actually lost. He lost to a wild card contestant. And he lost to a guy who didn't seem to have much ability. At this moment, the Blue Bay Star people who saw this duel through various channels were stunned. Akin was the pride of Blue Bay Star. He was a younger brother of Battlesword Augustine and was the next Battlesword. He was even the twin stars of House of Oku that surpassed Battlesword. Okikin was a man who would stand at the peak in the future. However, this man was defeated in front of hundreds of thousands of people. He was utterly defeated and had nothing to say. For a moment, the entire Blue Bay Star fell silent. The pride of the Blue Bay Star was shattered at this moment, and the deep-rooted sense of belonging in people's hearts began to loosen. So Okikin had only been deified. He wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. This thought continued to spread. Liang Yuzhou's information quickly spread. People soon knew that this young man came from Planet Crimson Sunday. Student Liang, who looked ordinary on the surface, was actually one of the 4 geniuses of Planet Crimson Sunday. The referee looked at Ao Kachuan, who had fallen below the stage, and was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time before announcing the result. Liang Yuzhou wins. This announcement was ear-piercing and unpleasant to the ears of every Blue Bay Star citizen. People couldn't help but frown. They didn't want to admit Okikin's defeat, but they had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. Through the spirit vision screen, people saw an old man with white hair and beard sitting in the corner of the VIP seats at the front of the mysterious Firmament Plaza. He stood up and said with a smile, "The twin stars of Blue Bay Star are only of this standard. Deputy Director Yu, it seems that the rumors outside are exaggerated. Liang Yuzhou can only be ranked 4th on our Planet Crimson Sunday. Okikin can at least be ranked 2nd on Blue Bay Star, right?" Ha! The hidden meaning of this sentence was, your Blue Bay Star is no good. Your geniuses are nothing on our Planet Crimson Sunday. Insulting, a naked insult. Yu Boming's lungs were about to explode. The reason why the Crimson Sun Star students were allowed to participate in this tournament was because someone from the education department gave Yu Boming a heads up. The Crimson Sun Star's quota was also reduced. According to rank, the Crimson Sun Star was half a rank higher than the Blue Bay Star. Thus, the quota they received was slightly more than the Blue Bay Star. However, it still wasn't enough. Thus, they requested to participate in the Blue Bay Stars tournament to compete fairly. If they lost the tournament and couldn't enter the top 15, the Crimson Sun Star would admit defeat. If they entered the top 15 based on their own ability, they would take as many as they could. Yu Boming didn't agree at first, but he was worried about offending the higher-ups. In the end, he had no choice but to agree to this proposal. The Crimson Sun Star sent a total of 12 students to participate in the tournament. Only 2 people entered the finals. However, both of them entered the top 15 at the end. Other than Liang Yuzhou, there was also Helian Xiaoi. In fact, Wanyan Hui was also considered one. However, he met Li Daochong and was easily defeated. He didn't dare to continue participating. The white-haired old man was the deputy director of the Crimson Sun Stars Department of Education, Sun Yuanpei. He was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and had always been at odds with Yu Boming. The 2 of them were only 1 rank away from being promoted to director. The position of director was in the Blue Bay Star. The previous director of the Blue Bay Stars Department of Education had been transferred a few months ago. Thus, the position of director of the Blue Bay Stars Department of Education had always been vacant. Currently, Yu Boming was temporarily acting as the director. However, his position hadn't changed. He was still the deputy director. As early as half a year ago, there were rumors that the position of director would be decided between 3 to 4 people. Among them, the most promising candidates were Yu Boming and Sun Yuanpei. When Yu Boming saw the Crimson Sun Star students being eliminated, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. In the end, only 2 people entered the finals. At that moment, Yu Boming's unbalanced heart finally calmed down. Helian Xiaoi had already been defeated by Li Daochong once. The remaining Liang Yuzhou didn't seem like much. Yu Boming was waiting for Liang Yuzhou to be beaten up by Ao Kachuan. At that time, he would even think of a way to ridicule Sun Yuanpei. However, Yu Boming guessed the process correctly, but not the outcome. Liang Yuzhou had indeed been passively taking a beating. However, it wasn't to the extent of being beaten up. In the end, Liang Yuzhou counterattacked and defeated Ao Kachuan in 1 move. The competition continued, but the atmosphere in the entire plaza became abnormally oppressive. The students were in low spirits. The pride in their hearts had actually been defeated by an outsider. The blow to their confidence was heavy. Some of the students with weaker mental fortitude even started to doubt their lives. They regretted being born in Blue Bay Star, a place where even birds don't shit and where it was so difficult to produce talents. The fourth round ended quickly. According to the number of victories, the rankings were reset. There were a total of 5 people with 4 consecutive victories. Li Daochong, Liang Yuzhou, Gu Chao, Zhang Honglai, and Yifei Yue. These 5 people were naturally tied for first place. The others with 3 consecutive victories were Ao Kachuan, Orson, Lu Ming, and Luo Dahai. They were ranked 6th to 9th respectively. The remaining 6 students were ranked 10th to 15th. Helian Xiaoi happened to be ranked 10th, Duan Yao was ranked 11th, and Hongwu was ranked 13th. The 11th to 15th places were fixed. The top 10 would enter the final ranking battle from the 5th round onwards. There would be no more drawing lots. Instead, it would be a round-robin tournament. Everyone would have to fight with the other 9 people. If they had already fought before, they wouldn't have to fight again. Chapter 142. The finals of the Hegemony Tournament had entered its final stage, but the audience's enthusiasm had sunk to the lowest point of the entire tournament. They began to have doubts about the talents they had cultivated on their cultivation planets. There were even some people who had groundless fears that if Hades launched an attack on the Federation, Blue Bay Star wouldn't even have a chance to fight back once they were attacked. This kind of negative mood was spreading rapidly. Liang Yuzhou became incomparably tall and invincible in the eyes of Blue Bay Star's people. The following matches also confirmed this point. After Liang Yuzhou defeated Ao Kachuan, the 5th round began without any recovery process and continued to fight. This seemingly unremarkable guy's fighting style was abnormally strange. No matter who he fought, it was very strenuous. But no one could beat him. At the last moment, when it seemed like Liang Yuzhou was about to be defeated, he would counterattack and kill them. Luo Dahai, Lu Ming, and Helian Xiaoi fought Liang Yuzhou one after another. All of them were finished off by Liang Yuzhou after guerrilla warfare. Luo Dahai's iron fist greeted him again and again. Liang Yuzhou resisted with difficulty, but after over 100 punches, Luo Dahai was panting. Although Liang Yuzhou also looked very wavy, he hadn't changed much from the beginning. From the beginning of the battle, he had been like that all the way until the end. In short, no matter when and where, he was half dead, but you just couldn't beat him to death. In the end, when you were exhausted, he would give you a heavy blow, causing you to fall without any strength to fight back. Liang Yuzhou quickly received a praiseworthy nickname, the Unkillable Cockroach, or Cockroach for short. Li Daochong's previous stunning performance was almost forgotten after Liang Yuzhou defeated Ao Kachuan. But the Zhan family and Xiu Xiong's eyes never left Li Daochong, not to mention Zhang Honglai. In their eyes, Blue Bay Star's honor and disgrace were far less important than their own interests and hatred. But man proposes, God disposes. Zhang Honglai hadn't even faced Li Daochong to avenge his previous humiliation, but first faced the unkillable cockroach Liang Yuzhou. Zhang Honglia's cultivation level was clearly 1 level higher than Liang Yuzhou's, and he was the only student in the entire Hegemony tournament who had entered the early stage of the Qi gathering. But when facing Liang Yuzhou, Zhang Honglai couldn't use his full strength. Instead, he used all his strength to display the Sea Collapse art to its fullest potential. Hitting Liang Yuzhou's body was like hitting a sponge. All of it was deflected. When the referee called out Zhang Honglai against Liang Yuzhou, Qiu Xiong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had carefully prepared Zhang Honglai to deal with Li Daochong, but because of Liang Yuzhou's appearance, Yu Boming had personally arranged the battle list. Zhang Honglai had privately instructed Lian Bin and Tian Bo not to interfere. Thus, before Li Daochong faced Li Daochong, he had already faced Liang Yuzhou. Xiao Xiong could act like a tyrant in front of Zhang Jintian, and he could do whatever he wanted. But in front of Yu Boming, Xiao Xiong was nothing. The old man didn't dare to provoke the deputy director of the Department of Education. Whether it was status or personal strength, Xiao Xiong couldn't compare to Yu Boming. Xiao Xiong's Ghoul clan had to bow when they saw Yu Boming, not to mention a guest of the Ghoul clan with a different surname. Unable to change the situation, Xiao Xiong could only accept his fate. He thought that this arrangement was also good. The old man still had some confidence in Zhang Honglia's strength. Zhang Honglai defeated Liang Yuzhou and became the hero of Indigo Bay Star. If you want to fight Li Daochong, no one would say anything even if he crippled him. It was killing two birds with one stone. But Xiao Xiong's wishful thinking was doomed to fail. An undying cockroach was far more powerful than he had imagined. Zhang Honglia's crushing style was completely ineffective. After a few rounds of fierce attacks, he was already exhausted. His breathing became rapid and chaotic, and more than half of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. Liang Yuzhou still looked half dead, but his breathing and state were very stable. He didn't look tired at all. In the end, Liang Yuzhou flipped Zhang Honglai over in the ring and fainted. Zhang Honglai and Li Daochong were hailed as the two super dark horses of this competition. They were in the limelight for a while. When Zhang Honglai fought with Liang Yuzhou, the Blue Bay Star people had a glimmer of hope. They hoped that this super dark horse could defeat Liang Yuzhou and win glory for Blue Bay Star. Unfortunately, this super dark horse showed his true colors. His battle with Liang Yuzhou was not as good as Luo Dahai's. After watching a few matches, only Ao Kichuan was close to defeating Liang Yuzhou. The others were just toyed with by Liang Yuzhou. Blue Bay Star's last hope was placed on Gu Chao. He became the only person who could defeat Liang Yuzhou in everyone's mind. If Gu Chao couldn't defeat Liang Yuzhou, then the first place of the Blue Bay Star New Star competition will be taken by a non-Black Bay Star student. Once this news spread out, Planet Indigo Bay would become the laughingstock of the Federation's fourth ring star region. They had spent so much effort to plan such a planetary state new star selection, but in the end, someone else got first place. They were slapped in the face, but they still had to smile and give the award to someone else. Yu Boming was even more anxious. If Liang Yuzhou really got first place, the Blue Bay Star Education Department head position that he had been eyeing covetously would have nothing to do with him. Sun Yuanpei would definitely be promoted from Planet Scarlet Sun to Blue Bay Star to take over the position of Education Department head. Liang Yuzhou was Sun Yuanpei's favorite student. It was said that he had been learning cultivation from Sun Yuanpei since he was 16. The entire planet was in a state of depression. The underground city's casino was in an uproar. No one thought highly of this Liang Yuzhou. The casino also investigated his information and knew that he came from Planet Scarlet Sun, but his strength was average. Who knew that he was one of the four prodigies? There was no such person on Planet Scarlet Sunday. After some investigation, they found out that this unkillable cockroach had always been very low profile. He wasn't very famous even on Planet Scarlet Sunday. He had been training with Sun Yuanpei in the past few years and had only returned to Planet Scarlet Sun a few months ago. Because they didn't know Liang Yuzhou well, his odds were set casually by the casino, 1 to 230. They thought that no one would bet on him. Even if they did, it would be throwing money into the water. A few anonymous gamblers really did bet on Liang Yuzhou. The amount wasn't small, with a total of 50 million Federation coins. At that time, the casino thought that water had entered their heads, but it was better to be safe than sorry. They immediately contacted their informants on Planet Scarlet Sun and asked about Liang Yuzhou's situation again. The reply they received was very positive. His talent was average, and his strength was above average. It would be difficult for him to even enter the finals. After confirming this, the casino was relieved. However, when Liang Yuzhou defeated Oak Kun, the casino's upper management was dumbfounded. Liang Yuzhou definitely had the strength to win first place. 1 to 230. If Liang Yuzhou really won first place, the casino would have to pay out 11. 5 billion Federation coins. Even if they sold the casino, they wouldn't be able to pay this amount. The total bet in the underground city was only 5 billion. Even if they added up all the other places on Blue Bay Star, it wouldn't even be 10 billion. The gamblers were mainly concentrated in the underground city. Chapter 143. Even without Liang Yuzhou's appearance, Old Devil Zhang was not very optimistic about Li Daocheng's chances of winning. Now that Liang Yuzhou had joined the fray, he was naturally even less optimistic about Li Daocheng, even though Li Daocheng had previously displayed extraordinary strength. In Old Devil Zhang's opinion, Li Daocheng was still very reluctant to eliminate Gu Chao and Liang Yuzhou, these two monsters. Sung Jiao nonchalantly took a sip of wine. Old Devil, have you heard of this saying? Old Devil Zhang was still thinking about Sung Jiao throwing more than $10 million into the water. With a pained expression, he said, "What's saying? Speak." Sung Jiao smiled faintly. "Money will come back after it's spent. Since I'm optimistic about Li Daocheng, it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. Just based on the strength he's displayed so far, he's already worth more than $10 million. Moreover, the results are not out yet. What's the rush?" Old Devil Zhang's old face revealed a hint of surprise. "Girl, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that kid." Sung Jiao swirled the wine in the wine glass in her hand and said, "From a certain point of view, you can say that." Old Devil Zhang narrowed his eyes. "All right, as long as you like him." The happiest person on Indigo Bay was none other than Sun Yuanpei. Watching his favorite disciple shine brilliantly on Indigo Bay, beating the group of little bastards until they couldn't breathe, and then looking at Yu Boming's fat face, which was alternating between green and white, Sun Yuanpei was overjoyed. The position of director of Blue Bay Star's Department of Education was beckoning to Sun Yuanpei. Once the tournament was over, the higher-ups would issue a transfer order. When that time came, he would become the boss of that fat pig, Yu Boming. Let's see if he could still hold his head high in front of him. Just as Sun Yuanpei was trying his best to control himself from laughing out loud, someone patted him on the shoulder. Sun Yuanpei was shocked. Someone was actually able to silently approach him without him noticing at all. He turned around and saw a familiar old face smiling at him. "Yuanpei, long time no see. You didn't even greet me when you came to Blue Bay Star. Now that you're in a high position, are you looking down on old friends like us?" People are most afraid of forgetting their roots. Once they forget their roots, they will suffer retribution. Qin Shanghai was full of smiles as he greeted with a mocking tone. "Shanghai, it's you. Why do you walk like a cat with a ghost's head? There's no sound at all. Look at how proud you are. Did you do something to some innocent woman again?" Sun Yuanpei replied, not to be outdone. Qin Shanghai ignored Sun Yuanpei's mockery and replied with a smile. "Hee, no matter how evil I am, I'm not as evil as you. You actually found a little guy with a magnetic spirit vein and quietly brought him to Blue Bay to stir up trouble. Back then, you liked to step on people. Now that you're old, you haven't changed at all. Aren't you afraid that you'll sprain your ankle? How was this stirring up trouble? Shanghai, your choice of words is still not up to standard. I can only say that there's no one on Blue Bay Star. Liang Yuzhou doesn't have such ability on Red Sun Star. It doesn't matter if you step on the right foot or not. What's important is that you step on it." Sun Yuanpei smiled sarcastically. "Brother Yuanpei, it's too early to speak. Do you know what it means to be in extreme joy before sorrow?" Qin Shanghai reminded him with a hint of disdain on his old face. "Shanghai, you're still not convinced after hearing what you said. How about we make a bet, as usual?" Sun Yuanpei was determined to win. "Are you sure?" Qin Shanghai narrowed his old eyes. "I should be the one asking you that. Are you sure?" Sun Yuanpei asked back. "All right, since you're so confident, then let's do it as usual. Tell me, what do you plan to give me as a gift?" Qin Shanghai didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. "Gift? Shanghai, I think you're old and muddle-headed. Can't you see the current situation clearly? Don't tell me you're still thinking that Gu Chao can turn the tables? Hee, I forgot to tell you that Liang Yuzhou still has 1 or 2 trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Gu Chao's spell is useless against him. Sun Yuanpei attacked. Why do you care what I think? Stop dawdling and place your bet. Qin Changhai said impatiently. A drop of yang essence spiritual liquid. As long as you don't die, you can revive with full health after consuming it. This is equivalent to having an extra life. You can't buy it even if you have money. It's hard to get even in the Federation's Central Star region. It's your turn. Sun Yuanpei extended his hand, and a thumb-sized crystal bottle appeared in his hand. Golden light flickered inside, and a drop of golden liquid floated in the middle of the bottle. Sun Yuanpei only took it out for a moment before putting it away. It's barely enough. Tell me, what do you want? I have too many things, and I don't know what to take, Qin Changhai said arrogantly. You really want to take my pick? Sun Yuanpei didn't believe him. Of course. Tell me. Qin Changhai's old eyes had a hint of eagerness, but his heart was beating slightly faster. It wasn't easy to bait this old thing. I want her high-grade heaven-class spatial robe. Sun Yuanpei's eyes flashed. Qin Changhai was silent. In fact, he had already expected this. His old friends all wanted this treasure of his. He had already given this robe to Chu Qianyue a few months ago. However, no one knew about this. It could still be used as bait. However, Qin Changhai wasn't sure if he could win. He didn't come to Sun Yuanpei for the yang essence spiritual liquid, but for another purpose. Seeing that Qin Changhai wasn't speaking, Sun Yuanpei smiled and said, "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with it, or don't dare." Qin Changhai deliberately put on a painful expression and said, "If you wanted to take out that treasure, your yang essence spiritual liquid won't be enough. Forget it. I don't think you can take out anything good." With that, Qin Changhai was about to leave. Sun Yuanpei was anxious and grabbed Qin Changhai and said, "If the value isn't enough, we can make it up. You let me choose once, and I'll let you choose once. Tell me, how can we make it equal?" Qin Changhai fell silent once again. Sun Yuanpei looked at Qin Changhai nervously, afraid that he would refuse. That spatial robe was an excellent spatial teleportation treasure. As long as there was enough energy, it could go anywhere. Moreover, it could pinpoint the location accurately. The robe had a teleportation spiritual array. This thing could be used an unlimited number of times. No matter how good the yang essence spiritual liquid was, it was still a one-time use item. If you're willing to add the Netherworld demon token, I'll reluctantly take out that spatial robe. Qin Changhai put on a difficult expression and said, "This?" Sun Yuanpei hesitated. "If you're not willing, then forget it." Qin Changhai waved his hand and was about to leave. "I'll add." Sun Yuanpei gritted his teeth and spat out these two words. He thought that since he was going to win anyway, it didn't make much of a difference whether he added or not. "All right, I'll bet with you." Qin Changhai turned around and sat down on the empty seat next to Sun Yuanpei. When the two elders were talking, they both put up a telekinesis barrier. Others couldn't hear what they were talking about, nor could they see what they took out. Even Yu Boming, who was sitting not far away and had a foundation establishment late-stage cultivation, couldn't hear them. Qin Changhai had just sat down when he heard the referee on the first arena call out loudly. Chapter 144. Qin Changhai had been eyeing Sun Yuanpei's phantom token for a long time, but Sun Yuanpei had always treated it like a treasure, neither selling nor exchanging it. The phantom token was a pass to enter 13 Spectre. To put it bluntly, it was a locator that could pinpoint the location of 13 Spectre. 13 Spectre was an extremely mysterious planet at the border of the Federation's 9-ring star zone. Its orbit was unpredictable and irregular. Traces of 13 Spectre seem to have appeared in the tens of thousands of star systems at the border of the 9-ring star zone. Not only that, but 13 Spectre would sometimes enter a space jump state and appear in the 8-ring star zone or even the 7-ring star zone. The strangeness of this planet became an important springboard for the dark ghost invasion of the Federation. It was impossible to guard against. The Federation had a huge headache over this. In the end, They had no choice but to assemble an army of self-cultivators to carry out a large-scale sweep of 13 Spectre and prepare to station them on 13 Spectre for a long time. In the end, the army lost more than half of its members in less than a month. The Federation had seriously underestimated the strength of the Dark Ghosts on 13 Spectre, as well as the importance the Hades placed on 13 Spectre. The Federation had no choice but to withdraw its army and send out the Divine General Special Task Force to investigate 13 Spectre. The Divine General Special Task Force was the Federation's most powerful and mysterious force. All of its members were Yuanian cultivators, and each of them was a super genius who had broken through to the Yuanian stage within 25 years. In the end, 2 Divine Generals were heavily injured in exchange for a report on 13 Spectre. 13 Spectre was a strategic point for the Hades invasion of the Federation, not only because of the mysterious orbit of this strange planet. More importantly, 13 Spectre had 2 black spirit or veins, which were important resources for the Dark Ghosts to evolve into witch ghosts. Apart from absorbing human souls, the Dark Ghosts could also evolve through other means. Black Spirit, or was one of the most important ways. Black Spirit, or could allow the Dark Ghosts to evolve into witch ghosts, a type of Dark Ghost that only Yuanian cultivators could deal with. Wu Gui was no longer an illusory ghost body. She had the physical body of an undead spirit and intelligence that was not much different from human. In the Hades, witch ghosts were at the commander level, equivalent to a battalion in the self-cultivators' army. They were the backbone of the Hades. The more witch ghosts there were, the stronger the Hades would be. And once there were a certain number, the Hades would launch another large-scale invasion of the Federation and the entire human race. But they still didn't give up. The Hades ghost army. But they still didn't, and the Hades also sent a large army of the Hades had. This war lasted for 3 years, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Shadowed Devil Star became a place of purgatory for both humans and ghosts. Hades assassins, ends running. After some discussion, the Federation Parliament passed the Phantom Devil Order Act, giving out hundreds of thousands of Phantom Devil Orders to the Federation citizens. It seemed like a lot, but for the Xianghua Federation, which had a population of trillions, it was pitifully little. Only 1 out of 10 million people could get one. But the Phantom Devil Order could be used repeatedly. Holders of the Phantom Devil Order could enter 13 Spectre through the official teleportation array. If they could kill a dark ghost above the Great Ghost level, the Federation would give them a reward. The higher the level of the dark ghost, the greater the reward. If they could kill a soul catcher, the reward was shocking enough. Apart from cultivation resources, they could also receive various military ranks and enjoy the same treatment. They wouldn't be controlled by the military. If they wanted to join the self-cultivators army, they could immediately be arranged to command the same number of troops. It could be said that the Phantom Devil Order was the best shortcut for promotion and wealth. As long as you had the ability, you could even enter the core circle of the Xianghua Federation. Of course, that was only possible if you could kill a ghost general. But if you weren't at the soul formation stage, you could only dream about killing a ghost general. Apart from the many benefits mentioned above, holding the Phantom Devil Order to enter 13 Spectre and kill dark ghosts could make up for your mistakes. Even if you committed a heinous crime, as long as you could kill enough dark ghosts, you could wipe out the Federation and the human race's scourge. The Phantom Devil Order could also be used to avoid death. As long as you didn't enter 13 Spectre with the Phantom Devil Order, no matter what happened, as long as you handed the Phantom Devil Order to the government and said that you wanted to enter 13 Spectre, the Federation central government would help you block the matter. Entering 13 Spectre to hunt dark ghosts was your priority. Some people might find it odd. Wasn't the Federation issuing the Nether Devil token to mobilize all the citizens to go to Nether Devil Planet to hunt the Nether ghosts and relieve the pressure on the cultivators so that the Nether Realm would be driven away from Nether Devil Planet once and for all? In that case, wasn't issuing the Phantom Devil Order a bit superfluous? Wouldn't it be the same if they directly mobilized everyone to attack 13 Spectre? It would save them a lot of trouble. If they directly gave out a high reward, would they be afraid that no one would enter? It wasn't that the Federation hadn't considered this proposal, but it was rejected in the end. This was because entering 13 Spectre wasn't that easy. A single teleportation required a huge amount of spirit stones, and the cost was extremely high. Moreover, 13 Spectre was extremely dangerous, and those who didn't have enough cultivation would die. If they really let it go, a large number of cultivators would die in vain. When that happened, rumors would definitely spread, and the Federation would panic and even cause chaos. With the Phantom Devil Order as a restriction, one could control the number of people entering, and two, the process of obtaining the Phantom Devil Order was also a process of selection. Those who didn't have enough cultivation would be subtly eliminated. Only those who had enough strength could obtain the Phantom Devil Order. No matter where your strength came from, as long as you had it, you could obtain the Phantom Devil Order. After the release of hundreds of thousands of Phantom Devil Orders, nearly 30,000 non-military cultivators would enter 13 Spectre every month, greatly relieving the pressure on 13 Spectre from the Federation. These people were also very mobile. As soon as the Phantom Devil Order was released, the various non-official forces in the Federation immediately became restless. Everyone wanted to get their hands on one. Qian Shanghai originally didn't have much interest in the Phantom Devil Order, but more than a month ago, Chu Qianyue sent him a very vague message saying that she had obtained a Phantom Devil Order and was preparing to enter 13 Spectre to avenge her mother. There was news of that person, and she could sense that he was on 13 Spectre. After that, Qian Shanghai wanted to contact Chu Qianyue again, but there was no more news. Revenge was practically the only reason Chu Qianyue was alive. Qian Shanghai wasn't very clear about Chu Qianyue's identity and past. He only knew that she had been looking for the Phantom Devil who had killed her mother. The Phantom Devils were considered royalty in the Hades. They were the highest stage of evolution for the Phantom Devils, and even the incarnation stage was nothing in front of the Phantom Devils. Chu Qianyue was only at the Foundation establishment stage. Even if she could break through to the Jean Dan stage in a short period of time, she was far from being a match for the Phantom Devil. She would only be throwing her life away if she went. What worried Qian Shanghai even more was that the Phantom Devil had appeared on 13 Spectre. Didn't that mean that a massacre was about to take place on 13 Spectre? Whether it was the Cultivator Army or the cultivators who entered with the Phantom Devil Order, there were very few Soul Formation stage cultivators. The Phantom Devil could annihilate an entire planet with a flip of his hand. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Chu Qianyue was simply throwing an egg at a rock. It was simply suicide. The news of the Phantom Devil's appearance was too shocking. Qian Shanghai couldn't determine whether it was reliable with just one message. If he reported it to the higher-ups and the news was wrong, it would cause a huge loss and panic. Chapter 145. Sun Yuanpei naturally did not know what Qian Shanghai's goal was. Based on his understanding of his old friend and rival, Qian Shanghai was just unhappy that he brought a disciple to Blue Bay Star to stir up trouble. Sun Yuanpei had absolute confidence in Liang Yuzhou's strength. In the entire Blue Bay Star, there was only one person who could pose a threat to Liang Yuzhou. That person was not Gu Chao, because Liang Yuzhou naturally restrained cultivators who were good at magic attacks. No matter how strong Gu Chao was, it would be useless, unless Gu Chao's cultivation could crush Liang Yuzhou to the late stage of Qi gathering, or even the early stage of Qi gathering would not be enough. Obviously, Gu Chao did not have this kind of cultivation. Liang Yuzhou was really afraid of Ao Kachuan, and now he had already defeated this only threat. There was no one who could stop Liang Yuzhou's footsteps. At this time, Qian Shanghai came to Sun Yuanpei to make a bet. In Sun Yuanpei's eyes, it was simply a free gift. How could Sun Yuanpei not gamble? The spatial robe in Qian Shanghai's hands, he was determined to obtain it. On the stage, Liang Yuzhou went up early. He was currently the contestant who fought the most in the final ranking battles. Because he did not encounter any of the top 10 contestants in the preliminaries and semifinals, he had to fight 9 battles. After each battle, Liang Yuzhou only needed to rest for a while, and then he would be fine. This kind of foundation and endurance fully demonstrated the depth of Liang Yuzhou's cultivation. It was not something that any of the Blue Bay Star's geniuses could compare to. After Liang Yuzhou defeated Ao Kechuan, he used the autumn wind to sweep away the fallen leaves, beating the crowd of geniuses to the point that they could not fight back. The entire Blue Bay Star had already sunk in front of Liang Yuzhou's strength. In people's hearts, the only one who could still fight him was Gu Chao. The others did not need to struggle in vain. Therefore, when the referee called out Li Daochong against Liang Yuzhou, the audience was silent. They only hoped that this match would end quickly, so that Gu Chao could quickly go up and fight. The news of Liang Yuzhou's magnetic spirit vein was already known. This kind of abnormal spirit vein was the nightmare of all the people of the same level. It could be said that having a magnetic spirit vein was equivalent to having a bug in the face of people of the same level. He was invincible. Can Li Daochong last 3 minutes against Liang Yuzhou? A student asked dejectedly. Who knows? No matter what, our Blue Bay Star has lost a lot of face this time. The conversation between the two students represented the thoughts of the entire Blue Bay Star. This hegemony tournament would become an indelible scar on the Blue Bay Star's pillar of shame. Many people even began to think about migrating to other cultivation planets in the future. The Blue Bay Star was too weak. On such a large cultivation planet, they couldn't even find a decent talent. An unknown brat had beaten a bunch of Blue Bay Star's proud geniuses until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. Li Daochong walked into the ring unhurriedly. He was probably the calmest person in the entire Blue Bay Star. Li Daochong wasn't sure if he could defeat Liang Yuzhou, but he felt a little excited for the first time. At this time, many of the audience members who had come to watch the hegemony tournament began to leave. They were no longer interested in watching the battle. The battle begins. The referee's voice seemed to have become much softer. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to be there, he would have left as well. Li Daochong and Liang Yuzhou didn't make a move after the referee finished speaking. Liang Yuzhou held the frost sword in his hand and looked at Li Daochong. His expression didn't change much, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Liang Yuzhou had thought that he would be able to meet 1 or 2 decent opponents on this trip to the Blue Bay Star. In the end, the biggest threat that Sun Yuanpei had predicted, Okikin, was just SOSO. The younger generation of Blue Bay Star had disappointed him too much. He didn't even have an opponent who could make him go all out. He only felt a little lonely and bored. Liang Yuzhou had seen Li Daochong's previous matches. Perhaps it was amazing enough in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. Do you want to use telekinesis attacks or talismans first? Liang Yuzhou asked. Neither, Li Daochong replied indifferently. The audience gasped. They all looked at Li Daochong as if they were looking at an idiot. Liang Yuzhou's trump card had been revealed. The magnetic spirit vein countered all cultivation techniques and spells. Is Li Daochong stupid? Compared to the other contestants, his biggest advantage is his telekinesis attacks and talismans. He actually didn't use them? Helian Xiaoi said in surprise. Strange? Why didn't he use them? Lu Ming rubbed his chin. He didn't understand. In his opinion, Li Daochong's biggest trump card was these 2 techniques if he wanted to deal with Liang Yuzhou. In the stands, the teacup in Yu Boming's hand trembled. He almost cried out. He had personally arranged the matches of the ranking battles. Letting Li Daochong go up now was to use his telekinesis attacks and talismans to exhaust Liang Yuzhou so that Gu Chao, who was going to fight in the next match, could take advantage of him. Bastard, why didn't he use them? Yu Boming stared at the indifferent Li Daochong in the arena. His fat face twitched. Whoosh! Bang! Just as everyone was stunned that Li Daochong was still so arrogant, a flash of light shot out from Li Daochong's hand. It was as fast as lightning and bombarded Liang Yuzhou. Liang Yuzhou was shocked. He raised the frost sword in his hand to block, but he was still half a beat too slow. He blocked most of the attack, but a small part of the aftershock still hit him. In the center of the VIP stands, Sun Yuanpei stood up and scolded, "Stinking brat, cheating." Qian Shanghai took a sip of his tea and looked at Li Daocheng with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Brother Yuanpei, don't you know that all is fair in war? What is cheating? Don't worry, sit down and drink some tea." Liang Yuzhou flew back more than 10 meters before stopping. Fire talismans? The entire audience stared blankly at Li Daocheng, who had not moved from his original spot and still maintained his indifferent expression. Didn't he say that he wouldn't use talismans? Liang Yuzhou glanced at the charred part of his robe on his forearm and glared at Li Daocheng. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't use talismans?" Li Daocheng showed a strange expression and replied, "Yes, I didn't want to use it just now, but I suddenly want to use it. Can't I? Why do you care?" The scene just now, coupled with Li Daocheng's words, caused many of the audience members who were leaving the arena to stop in their tracks. They looked at Li Daocheng, who was standing on the stage without a change in his expression and heartbeat. Those who were still watching the match, on the other hand, were stunned for a moment before a commotion broke out. "Despicable, too despicable. But I like it. Well done. I didn't expect Li Daocheng to have such a shameless side. Ha ha, I knew Li Daocheng was toying with that kid. He did the same thing a few months ago in the duel arena." Yu Boming, who had just cursed Li Daocheng in his heart, instantly changed his expression. "Kid, you have a bright future ahead of you." Liang Yuzhou's expressionless face showed anger for the first time. "You're very good." With that, the frost sword in Liang Yuzhou's hand disappeared, and the giant battle axe he had used against Ao Kachuan appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Liang Yuzhou's figure flashed. He raised his battle axe and rushed out like lightning, chopping down with great force. This was the second time Liang Yuzhou had used his battle axe in so many matches. The second time was when he had taken the initiative to attack. The first time was against Ao Kachuan. "Careful!" Xiao Shima cried out in alarm. Clang! An ear-splitting sound pierced through the clouds. Liang Yuzhou's giant battle axe chopped down. Li Daocheng did not dodge. He instantly took out his rainbow saber and blocked. A strange scene appeared. A giant battle axe chopped down with the force of Mount Tai, but was blocked by a Zamadeo. Whether it was in terms of size or weight, the two artifacts were not on the same level. In anyone's eyes, Li Daocheng's saber would not be able to block this axe. However, it was this seemingly ordinary two-handed Zamadeo that had forcibly blocked the swift and violent axe. Chapter 146. Li Daocheng's strength far exceeded Liang Yuzhou's expectations. That azure rainbow saber seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp. No matter how hard Liang Yuzhou tried, it was useless. Whoosh! Another flash of light came from Li Daocheng's hand. Bang! The distance was too close. Even Liang Yuzhou couldn't dodge in time. Half of his body was instantly frozen. "Despicable!" Liang Yuzhou shouted softly. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps to distance himself from Li Daocheng. Liang Yuzhou used his qi to force out the cold air from his body. He looked at Li Daocheng with fear. The talismans this kid sent out were faster and more powerful than ordinary talismans. Li Daocheng had already used talismans before, but he couldn't have too many of these talismans. But as soon as the battle started, Li Daocheng sent out 2 talismans in a row as if they were free. Was this kid selling talismans? Where did he get so many high-level talismans? Liang Yuzhou was shocked. If it wasn't for Liang Yuzhou's magnetic spirit veins having a certain degree of magic immunity, Li Daocheng's 2 talismans would have been enough to injure him. After taking the attack, Liang Yuzhou was sure that Li Daocheng's talismans weren't level 5. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block them. But if they were level 4, their power seemed to be much greater. It was really strange. If there were enough talismans of this level, Liang Yuzhou wouldn't be able to block them. After so many battles, Liang Yuzhou felt it was tricky for the first time. Without waiting for Liang Yuzhou to think, Li Daocheng held his azure rainbow saber and shot over like lightning. He raised his saber and slashed down. 9 split saber arts, first stage, shattering stone and splitting earth. Clang, clang, clang. Bang! Liang Yuzhou held up his frozen body. He raised his giant battle axe and gritted his teeth to block Li Daocheng's strange saber attacks. After barely blocking 3 attacks, Liang Yuzhou was still half a beat slower due to his stiff body. He was sent flying by Li Daocheng's punch. Everyone in the audience exclaimed. Li Daocheng actually hit Liang Yuzhou and sent him flying. It must be known that in all the previous battles, including the one with Ao Kachuan, no matter how strenuous Liang Yuzhou looked, no one was able to knock him down or hit him. Li Daocheng was the only opponent who had managed to land a hit on Liang Yuzhou. Although Liang Yuzhou was sent flying, he did not fall to the ground. He flipped twice in the air before landing firmly on his feet. He looked at Li Daocheng in shock. Just now, Liang Yuzhou used the magnetic spirit vein's magnetic spirit energy to absorb Li Daocheng's spirit energy, but he didn't absorb anything. What's going on? Why can't I absorb this brat's spiritual energy? Liang Yuzhou felt a chill run down his spine as he thought to himself. Suddenly, most of his previous confidence disappeared. If Liang Yuzhou couldn't absorb the other party's spirit qi, the spirit qi in his body wouldn't be replenished. As a result, he would quickly run out of spirit qi. Absorbing the other party's spirit qi was one of Liang Yuzhou's trump cards. In addition, the magnetic spirit vein could also repel the other party's attacks. The magnetic spirit vein's power lay in the fact that, like repels and opposite attracts, Liang Yuzhou could control it as he wished. However, the opponent's attacks were stronger, so the repulsive force would increase exponentially. This was also why even someone as strong as Ao Kachuan had already lost most of his strength to the repulsive force. The remaining strength was no longer a threat to Liang Yuzhou. The reason why Liang Yuzhou looked like he was about to fall was because his body was also affected by the repulsive force, causing his feet to be unstable. It wasn't that Liang Yuzhou was deliberately acting like that. It was just that he couldn't control it. His trump card was ineffective. Liang Yuzhou suddenly quivered. After repelling Liang Yuzhou, Li Daocheng's expression didn't change much. He was a little disappointed. Liang Yuzhou's strength was much weaker than he thought. Li Daocheng didn't stop. The moment he repelled Liang Yuzhou, he moved. Liang Yuzhou had just landed on the ground when the rainbow saber greeted him. 9 split saber arts, second saber technique. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Liang Yuzhou's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to raise his giant axe to block the incoming saber light. Dang, dang, dang. Rapid sounds of metal colliding. Saber light and axe shadows dazzled the eyes. In a breath's time, Li Daocheng and Liang Yuzhou had exchanged more than 10 moves. The audience with weak cultivation didn't know what was happening. With a muffled sound, Li Daocheng and Liang Yuzhou separated. The former took 3 small steps back, while Liang Yuzhou took more than 10 steps back. If it wasn't for the giant axe suddenly smashing the ground to stop his retreat, Liang Yuzhou would have been out of the arena. Li Daocheng let out a slight sound of surprise. He had almost defeated Liang Yuzhou just now. He didn't expect this kid to take out a diamond-shaped shield to block the attack. Li Daocheng's saber chopped down. Almost all of the power was dissipated. Huff huff. Liang Yuzhou panted heavily. His face was pale. The giant axe in his hand felt abnormally heavy. A crack appeared on the small diamond-shaped shield in his other hand. Bang! The sound of an explosion gave everyone a fright. The small shield that suddenly appeared in Liang Yuzhou's hand, after he separated from Li Daocheng, mysteriously exploded, scattering fragments all over the ground. Liang Yuzhou's hand was also blown up. He stared blankly at the silver horn shield in his hand. He didn't feel good. In the stands, Xie Changjing suddenly stood up and said with a shocked face, "Impossible." Shi Kuei's face was also shocked. Yuan Longji's gaze towards Li Daocheng changed for the first time. Yu Boming's pale face recovered a lot. He didn't expect Li Daocheng to be able to beat Liang Yuzhou to the point that he couldn't fight back. It might be too early to say that he had won the battle, but he seemed to see hope. Yu Boming was engrossed in watching. Xie Changjing suddenly stood up and exclaimed that it was impossible. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Principal Xie, what's impossible? Xie Changing stared at Li Daocheng's thin back and exclaimed, Deputy Director Yu, I'm afraid that Li Daocheng's talent has already surpassed Gu Chao and Ao Kechuan. Yu Boming looked like he was willing to hear the details. Why do you say that? Xie Changing then said, Li Daocheng cultivated the mid-grade Earth Rank 9 split saber technique to the peak with his Qi refinement realm cultivation. I'm afraid that Gu Chao and Ao Kechuan don't have this level of comprehension. Yu Boming was stunned. He then sucked in a breath of cold air. Principal Xie, are you serious? Xie Changing nodded with certainty. It's absolutely true. Yu Boming's small eyes flashed. Li Daocheng's position in his heart instantly rose above everyone else. This was the person he needed to focus on nurturing. When the small shield in Liang Yuzhou's hand exploded, another old man besides Xie Changing suddenly stood up. Needless to say, it was Sun Yuanpei. Sun Yuanpei had just sat down when he stood up last time, but he stood up again before he could even warm his seat. His old face flickered with uncertainty. Damn it, what's wrong with Liang Yuzhou? Why is he already panting after fighting for a while? At this moment, whether inside or outside the arena, the entire Blue Bay Star held their breaths. Pairs of eyes stared expectantly at the thin figure in the arena. Chapter 147. Li Daocheng was very surprised that the shield in Liang Yuzhou's hand could block the second stage of the 9-split saber technique. Li Daocheng had practiced the 9-split saber technique to the peak with the help of the hot-blooded upgrader. Every move was the most powerful. Needless to say, the power of a mid-grade Earth-level technique was not something that ordinary magic treasures could resist. It had to be at least a high-grade man level. The silver shield was able to block the second stage of the saber technique, so it was definitely not ordinary. However, in the end, there was no way to resist the second burst of damage, and it finally exploded. Liang Yuzhou was shocked, and he let the blood flow down from his palm. Li Daocheng was different from all the opponents he had met. It seemed that he was not difficult to deal with, but when they really fought, he found that he was ridiculously strong. Li Daocheng naturally did not know what Liang Yuzhou was thinking, and he did not need to know. He only had one goal, which was to win the championship, get more resources, and improve his strength faster. After thinking, Li Daocheng's eyes flashed. Without any extra movements, he suddenly moved and shot toward Liang Yuzhou. Spirit Void Flying Step. Exclamations came from all directions. Li Daocheng once again stunned everyone. To be able to master the Spirit Void Flying Step while in the Qi refinement stage, it was enough to show that his control of spirit energy and mind power had reached an extremely delicate level. Liang Yuzhou was shocked and hurriedly smashed the giant axe in his hand. Clang! Li Daocheng's rainbow saber swept and blocked the giant axe. He lightly shouted, Earth splitting, sea sinking. The third stage of the 9-split saber technique. The rainbow saber in Li Daocheng's hand turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed toward Liang Yuzhou. Qi, Xiameng, Qi, Xiameng, Wei Shao Lai Bin. Frost Sword Axe. Liang Yuzhou was shocked and used his killing move against Ao Kechuan. The giant axe automatically blocked Li Daocheng's attack. Liang Yuzhou disappeared like a ghost and appeared behind Li Daocheng, just like when he fought Ao Kechuan. Pa, dang, bang, ka. In an instant, four different sounds came out. Liang Yuzhou's sword stabbed toward Li Daocheng and directly pierced through him. The audience screamed again and again, and Liang Yuzhou's face showed a smile. Xiao Shima's delicate body trembled when she saw this scene. She covered her cherry red's mouth and cried to cover her mouth. It can't be, right? A student asked. We say it's not enough? Someone said regretfully. But soon, the situation ons to change. Just as Liang Yuzhou's smile appeared, it froze. That pierced Li Daocheng was just an illusion and quickly disappeared. Crackle, 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 crackle. Sounds as he suddenly turned around. Behind him with him, he SSSS to his Tus. To say. Damn it, Liang Yuzhou shouted, and the frost in his hand slashed toward Li Daochong. His reaction was fast. Li Daochong's expressionless face showed a hint of admiration. Liang Yuzhou didn't rely on luck to defeat Ao Kechuan, but strength. But against him, Liang Yuzhou's magnetic spirit veins were useless. Li Daochong's spirit energy was pure, almost without impurities. It was transformed from dead souls. Earth splits and sea sinks, as usual. Boom! With a loud sound, Liang Yuzhou's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Puff! Liang Yuzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back, falling heavily more than 10 meters away from the arena. The audience was silent. In the beginning, no one thought that Li Daochong could defeat Liang Yuzhou. Later, they seemed to see some hope. But no one expected that Li Daochong would have defeated Liang Yuzhou so cleanly. Liang Yuzhou was proud of his endurance, but in front of Li Daochong, he couldn't display it. The magnetic spirit veins could absorb the opponent's spirit energy to replenish his lost spirit energy. It could also resist the opponent's cultivation method. But when Liang Yuzhou faced Li Daochong, he became tired easily. After just a few attacks, he was already panting, as if his strength didn't fall short of his desire. Li Daochong only attacked Liang Yuzhou 3 times, but each attack was fiercer than the last. The third attack was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, defeating Liang Yuzhou in one blow. A few seconds later, the entire mysterious firmament square was silent. This kind of scene, as long as Li Daochong appeared, seemed to happen. No matter how strong Li Daochong was, the stereotype of the past would make people not think highly of him. From the preliminaries to the finals, no matter how strong Li Daochong was, no matter how easy it was, he couldn't become the most dazzling star in everyone's hearts. In their opinion, the top geniuses of Blue Bay Star were Gu Chao and Ao Kechuan. The top geniuses would never think of Li Daochong. But at this moment, when Li Daochong easily defeated Liang Yuzhou, a student of Red Sun Star who almost single-handedly defeated all the geniuses of Blue Bay Star, people realized that Liang Yuzhou was a student of Red Sun Star. People realized that Li Daochong had been reborn and inadvertently saved the self-esteem of Blue Bay Star. Li Daochong wins. The referee was stunned for a few seconds before he recovered from Li Daochong's figure and hurriedly announced. The audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause. Li Daochong, Li Daochong. Someone shouted Li Daochong's name, followed by others. In the next moment, the entire arena was thunderous. Tens of thousands of people shouted Li Daochong's name in unison. In the crowd, Li Qingyao's body couldn't stop trembling. She couldn't control her emotions, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Only Li Qingyao knew best what Li Daochong had gone through since he was a child. An ordinary person would have broken down if they found out. Xiao Shima's eyes were hazy. She didn't know why she was so excited. Seeing the guy she knew since childhood grow from a silly young master to a young hero like today, she was somewhat in a trance, as if she was dreaming. However, Xiao Shima was happy for Li Daochong from the bottom of her heart. She was also ashamed of her ignorance and snobbishness. Lu Ming and Orson looked at each other and saw a sense of purpose in each other's eyes. This kid is much stronger than he was during the end-of-term testing. Orson didn't want to admit it, but he had to. Back then, you could still fight with him. Now, you shouldn't be a match for him, right? Lu Ming rubbed his chin as he looked at Li Daochong. Can't beat him, definitely can't beat him. Orson kept shaking his head. How did he cultivate? Lu Ming asked curiously. Li Daochong saw the joy on everyone's faces from the corner of his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Cultivation wasn't just for oneself. Otherwise, it would be too boring. At this moment, among the people shouting Li Daochong's name, some had once looked down on him, mocked him, and sneered at him. However, these people were now convinced by Li Daochong's strength and were cheering happily. At this moment, a green light flashed in the stands. Sun Yuanpei landed beside Liang Yuzhou. After inspecting him, He confirmed that Liang Yuzhou was fine. He had only been knocked unconscious, suffered some external injuries, and broken a few bones. After some treatment, the competition could continue. Sun Yuanpei let out a sigh of relief. He then personally carried Liang Yuzhou to the healing shuttle. However, as he left, he inadvertently glanced at Li Daochong, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. The finals continued. Liang Yuzhou woke up after treatment. Sun Yuanpei didn't hesitate to give Liang Yuzhou a drop of Essence Yang spirit liquid. After losing a match, there was no way for him to compete for first place. However, second place wasn't bad either. Sun Yuanpei regretted losing the Phantom Devil token. He wanted nothing more than to walk away and deny his bet with Qian Changhai. Chapter 148. There weren't many matches left in the final ranking battle. Li Daochong and Liang Yuzhou's battle pushed the ranking battle to the peak. No matter how exciting or intense the following matches were, they couldn't whet the audience's appetite. Only Li Daochong's appearance could excite the audience. Unknowingly, Li Daochong became the most eye-catching celebrity contestant in the entire competition. As soon as Li Daochong appeared on the stage, there would be people shouting his name. Even Gu Chao couldn't enjoy such treatment. Li Daochong became the only celebrity contestant in the Blue Bay Stars' first New Star competition. The attention was unprecedented. Many managers of entertainment companies smelled a business opportunity and tried to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit Li Daochong into the entertainment industry. However, they couldn't find any way to contact Li Daochong. There was very little information about Li Daochong on the spiritual net. These are naturally off topic. Back to the main topic. The final ranking battle lasted until 9 p.m. before it ended. After Gu Chao won 6 matches in a row, he fought with Liang Yuzhou, who had recovered. In the end, Gu Chao held on for more than 10 minutes before he lost. Other than this match, Gu Chao's battle with Ao Kechuan was also very exciting. However, the two of them had expended a lot of energy in the battle with Liang Yuzhou. When they met again, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. Even if their families gave them the best recovery liquid, they could only recover half of their energy. Liang Yuzhou's magnetic spirit cat had absorbed too much of their spirit energy. If it wasn't for the heaven-class medicine, it would be impossible for them to recover in a short time. Therefore, the battle between Gu Chao and Ao Kechuan was somewhat dull. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. In the end, Ao Kechuan stood up with his amazing willpower. After the referee announced the result, Ao Kechuan grinned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Ao Kechuan won this battle. Yu Boming had tampered with the matches. Li Daochong's victory over Liang Yuzhou would not be satisfying, and it would also give him, the deputy director of the Indigo Bay Planet's education department, a chance to vent his anger, but it would ruin Sun Yuanpei's plans. Now, there was a question mark as to who would become the director. Li Daochong had indirectly helped Yu Boming so much, and his potential was so great. How could Yu Boming not treat him well? After the battle between Li Daochong and Liang Yuzhou, it had been 1.5 hours since he had appeared. His energy consumption was not high to begin with, and he had rested for another 1.5 hours. Changing directions was also a form of cheating. However, all of this was something that Li Daochong had fought for himself. After all, he had fought for Blue Bay Star's reputation and prevented Blue Bay Star from becoming a laughingstock in the 4th ring system. He was the only one who had defeated Liang Yuzhou, so even though he had rested for such a long time in front of everyone, no one complained. The audience felt that this arrangement was very reasonable. Li Daochong had won 2 of his matches without a fight. Lu Ming, that brat, had also admitted defeat without even going on stage. The other person who had admitted defeat was a little surprising. It was actually Zhang Honglai. This young master of the Zhang family, who wanted nothing more than to tear Li Daochong into pieces, was defeated by Liang Yuzhou. Because he had taken a forbidden spirit medicine, his spirit meridians were damaged, and his strength was greatly reduced. He had forfeited all of his matches after that. Zhang Honglai ended up in 10th place. When Gu Chao and Ao Kuchuan faced off against Li Daochong, the two of them were basically half dead. Li Daochong did not take advantage of them and lowered his cultivation to Qi refining stage 8. Even so, Gu Chao and Ao Kuchuan were still not Li Daochong's match. Gu Chao's magic attacks were not very useful in front of Li Daochong. Li Daochong had a strengthened level 4 golden bell talisman that could last for 5 minutes. For cultivators with their strength, they could do a lot of things in 5 minutes. Gu Chao also had some skills in close combat, but compared to Li Daochong, he was far from being able to block the first layer of the 9-split saber technique and was defeated. If Li Daochong had not defeated Liang Yuzhou, no one would have thought that he could defeat Gu Chao, but after that battle, Li Daochong had the highest chance of winning first place, so no one was surprised when he defeated Gu Chao. Even if Gu Chao was not in his peak condition, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Even if Gu Chao was in his peak condition, he was probably not Li Daochong's match. Ao Kuchuan was slightly better. He fought with Li Daochong for a few minutes, but the 9-split saber technique was too overbearing, especially the laceration effect was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as Ao Kuchuan was defeated. Liang Yuzhou had 8 wins and 1 loss. Ao Kuchuan had 7 wins and 2 losses. Gu Chao had 6 wins and 3 losses. Lu Ming had 5 wins and 4 losses. Yi Feiyue had 4 wins and 5 losses thanks to Li Daochong's talisman. Luo Dehai had 3 wins and 6 losses. Helian Xiaoyi had 2 wins and 7 losses. Wu Yu had 1 win and 8 losses, and Zhan Honglai had 0 wins and 9 losses. Li Daochong had 9 wins and 0 losses. There was no doubt that Li Daochong had won first place in the Blue Bay Stars' first New Star competition. He had received generous rewards and the right to directly enter the finals of the 100 schools joint examination. Only the first place had the right to directly enter the finals. The others had to start from the preliminaries and fight their way up level by level. The news that Li Daochong had won first place spread. The first to explode was the Li family. The several hundred members of the Li family were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the silly young master who had been mocked for more than 10 years would actually win first place in the competition? Even Gu Chao and Ao Kuchuan had been defeated by Li Daochong. In the Li family's meeting room, the 3 elders of the Li family, as well as the patriarch, Li Tianhe, and the chief steward, Li Tianxing, were all gathered together. But today, the 5 of them were silent. No one spoke. They just sat like that for an hour, and still no one spoke. Li Daochong's achievement could also bring a lot of benefits to the family, especially some hidden benefits. Everyone knew what such a new star meant to the family. But the relationship between the Li family and Li Tianyang's father and son had long been known to everyone. Everyone knew that Li Tianyang and Li Daochong were no longer part of the Li family, even if their names hadn't been removed from the family. Most of them had drawn a clear line with Li Tianyang and his father a few months ago in order to curry favor with the Li family. But now it was different. Not only had Li Daochong won first place, but he had also directly entered the finals of the 100 school joint examination. Last year, Zhao Wujin hadn't received such treatment. Directly entering the finals meant that Li Daochong's name had already been placed on the watch list of the Shenghua Federation's Big Four. Or the Big Four. I'm not trying to scare you. To put it simply, they were the same as some of the top sects in many Xinxia novels. Moreover, the Big Four also had some things that the sects didn't have. For example, administrative levels and financial allocations. No matter how awesome your sect was, it was still a one-on-one fight. Behind the famous schools stood the entire country. If the Big Four wanted to research a certain cultivation project, they could directly obtain funding without going through the parliament, and large amounts of resources would be poured in. It would be much easier to refine a spirit-connected true treasure of the heaven class or above. This was the terrifying thing about the power of a country. Can your sect be compared to a giant cultivation country? You didn't need to think to know that it couldn't. Chapter 149. Qingsu University, North Star University, Tai Chi Academy, and Tsinghua University were the four most dazzling schools since the establishment of the Tsinghua Federation. For thousands of years, they had provided tens of thousands of talented cultivators to the Federation. They had made great contributions to the Tsinghua Federation in resisting the invasion of the Hades. The 9 Great Star Zones of the Federation would hold a joint examination of 100 schools in their respective zones every year. There was only one purpose for the joint examination of 100 schools. It was to select the most outstanding talents for the 4 great schools and then send them to the 4 great schools for further study. To put it bluntly, the joint examination of 100 schools was the Tsinghua Federation's college entrance exam. It was the best springboard for all cultivators to make a big leap. Regardless of whether or not they could pass, those who could stand on the springboard were already 1 in a million talents. Not everyone could participate in the joint examination of 100 schools. There were as many cultivation planets in the Federation as there were hairs on an ox. The highest level was a second-class cultivation planet, and the lowest was a fifth-class cultivation planet. Every year, hundreds of millions of cultivators of the right age would emerge. It was obviously unrealistic to participate all at once, so the selection could only start with the cultivation schools of the unit, and finally select the most outstanding young people from the cultivation planets to participate in the examination. After hundreds of years, it had already become a complete selection system. Xiansong University was undoubtedly a first-class university on Blue Bay Star, but in the 4th Ring Star Zone, it could barely be ranked at the bottom of the first order. In the entire Tsinghua Federation, Xiansong University was nothing. At best, it could only be considered a third-rate university. In front of the 4 great schools, Xiansong University was just a small shrimp. Although Blue Bay Star was only a 4th-class cultivation planet and was considered a relatively marginalized cultivation planet in the Federation, it still had a population of more than 2 billion, which was relatively large among the many cultivation planets. Winning first place in the Blue Bay Star Tournament was enough to get the attention of the 4th Ring Star Zone's education department and enter the observation list. Their status couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. No one in the Li family would have dreamed that Li Daochong would win first place. Li Tianqing's expression was extremely ugly. 3 months ago, he had participated in the plan to assassinate Li Daochong. Now, not only had he not been assassinated, he had even won first place in the tournament. Li Qianhe, who replaced Li Tianyong as the head of the Li family, felt even more restless. Originally, they thought that Li Tianyong wouldn't live long after being seriously injured and disabled. Using the notice of dismissal issued by the military, the Li family's higher-ups justifiably kicked Li Tianyong out of the family and even said that they wanted him to retire. In reality, it was just to let Li Tianyong go out and wait for his death. When he died, his stupid son, Li Daochong, would be a joke and could be played to death at any time. At that time, no one would have any objections to Li Tianhe becoming the patriarch. Several months ago, the Li family had expressed their opinion that Li Tianhe wasn't suitable to become the patriarch of the Li family. Ever since Li Tianyong left the Li family for the front lines, the Li family's business had suffered a setback. It was getting worse and worse with each passing month, and the family's internal funds were severely lacking. Many of the Li family's middle-level officials had already noticed the abnormalities in the family's finances, and a small number of them had even begun to investigate. But they still hadn't found any evidence. Otherwise, Li Tianhe's position as the patriarch would have been long gone. There were a total of 3 high-ranking officials involved in corruption: Patriarch Li Tianhe, Chief Steward Li Tianqing, and First Elder Li Boyo. The 3 of them had different reasons for embezzling the family's money. First Elder Li Boyo had been scammed by his grandson, Li Boyo. Of course, it wasn't Li Jinghua's fault. Li Jinghua had been spoiled since he was a child, and Li Boyo was nominally Li Jinghua's grandfather. But from the moment Li Jinghua was born, Li Boyo had actually fulfilled his duty as a grandson and treated Li Jinghua as if he were his grandfather. Li Jinghua had a secret hobby of smoking immortal grass, which was outrageously expensive. It cost 1 spirit stone per gram, and he didn't accept Federation coins. Once you became an addict, it was absolutely impossible to quit. Immortal grass was tens of thousands of times more potent than the heroin found on some low-level cultivation planet in the primordial era. Even cultivators couldn't resist its temptation. One would become addicted after smoking it once, and it was extremely difficult to quit. No matter how rich Li Boyo was, he couldn't withstand Li Jinghua's constant consumption of immortal grass. So he took advantage of his position to stretch his hands into the family's liquid funds. Li Tianxing took the family's money to cultivate, but unfortunately, he really didn't have any talent. Even after spending a lot of resources, he was still hovering around the middle stage of foundation establishment. Compared to Li Tianyong, he was just a clown. Jealousy towards his older brother, Li Tianyong, made Li Tianxing paranoid and crazy. He didn't hesitate to destroy the family's interest to support his own cultivation. After a long period of ineffectiveness, Li Tianxing began to cultivate demonic arts. In just a year, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached peak foundation establishment. Currently, he was the Li family's #1 person on the surface. Of course, the Li family's patriarch was excluded. Li Tianhe wasn't paranoid about cultivation. He knew that his talent was far inferior to Li Tianyang's, so there was no need to compete. However, he was extremely obsessed with power, and the taste of control was intoxicating. In order to buy people's hearts and make the entire Li family support him to replace Li Tianyong as the family head, he had no choice but to spend a lot of money. With so many people, where would Li Tianhe get so much money? He could only use the family's money to bribe them. As early as when Li Tianyong was the family head, they had already started to steal chickens and dogs. However, they were more restrained and didn't dare to be too presumptuous. They only dared to spend a few 100,000 Federation coins each time. Later, when Li Tianyong left for war and didn't return for a year, they became much bolder. After Li Tianyong got into trouble, they completely went wild. Li Jinghua alone embezzled tens of millions of Federation coins each time. The three of them were very clear that if Li Tianyong found out about this, he would definitely not take into account that they were his brothers and uncles. Not only would he send them to prison, but the entire Li family would also be implicated. Therefore, when they found out that Li Tianyong got into trouble, the three of them conspired to usurp the throne. At first, they didn't succeed, but in the end, when the military announced that Li Tianyong had defected, many people in the Li family who supported Li Tianyong were silenced. The three of them successfully seized power. Second elderly Mubai and third elderly Qibin were weak and usually focused on studying spirit sequences. They weren't interested in fighting for power, so until now, they still didn't know that Li Boyo and the other two had embezzled the family's assets. The two elders only felt that Li Tianyong was too pitiful and that the Li family was too unlucky. Otherwise, with Li Tianyong's talent, it might be possible for him to bring the Li family to a third-class cultivation planet. After Li Tianyong got into trouble, everything became just an illusion. However, life was unpredictable. Just as Li Mubai and Li Qibin were disheartened and didn't care about the family's affairs anymore and wanted to live in seclusion, they received news that Li Daocheng had won first place in the competition. Li Mubai broke the silence in the meeting room and said, "Tianhe, the family is in a difficult situation now and the people's hearts are unstable. Why don't we invite Li Tianyong and his son back?" "That's right, Tianhe. Half of our transportation shuttle has been idle for the past year. The Gu family has been suppressing us too much. Now that Li Daocheng has won first place in the competition, he has great potential. If we invite him back, the Gu family will be deterred and they won't dare to make any further moves. They won't dare to easily offend a young genius who might enter the Big Four in the future," Li Qibin said. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.